Hi, I'm Stephanie Lester, and today we are creating Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle from a needle felting kit by the Crafty Kit Company. Hi, I'm Stephanie Lester, and welcome to the needle felting workshop of the kit of the Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle kit by the Crafty Kit Company. So just to give you a little preamble before we get going, this video workshop is very much meant as an addendum to the kit. Okay, the kit is an improver's kit, so I kind of assume you've done at least one project before. So that doesn't mean I miss anything out in the workshop as I go through it, but it just means I don't labour over certain points. But of course, the advantage of the video is you can just rewind it and go backwards and forwards as slow as you want if it's something that you need me to go over. I'm kind of talking about what I think of as a basic, but, you know, I guess you're all at different standards who are watching this. So I don't know what I think somebody knows, you might necessarily know. So that said, if I haven't made something clear or I've confused something, by all means, put a comment below and I will be notified as soon as you've done that and will reply. Or you can pop a question into my Facebook group, which is Two Teaks Tips and Tutorials. I will put a link to that below. Or you could pop into the Crafty Kit Company Facebook group, which is Craft Your Way to Happiness. Once again, a link to that below. If you subscribe, which I think is probably down here somewhere, down there, anyway, it's underneath where I am at the moment. If you subscribe to my channel, it means next time I put a video up for any of the other kit workshops that I do, you will be notified. Okay, is there anything else I need to say to you? Yes, so below in the comments there is also an index to the whole of this video. So if you've jumped on board and you just want help with one particular bit, look there, you can click and go straight to that piece. If of course you've done a part of it and you've come back, if for some reason YouTube hasn't saved where you are, you can go just straight to those bits that you actually want to go to. Okay. The majority of the video is me doing it along with you, complete felt along. There's one little bit that I've sped up because basically it's doing the stripes, putting the stripes on the skirt, and obviously I show how to do that, but it takes a time to do, and I thought you might want to put on your favorite Audible book or something and listen to that, and then come back and we can felt along again afterwards. Anyway, I hope that works for you. Well, I mean, the main thing is to enjoy it. Okay, the whole point of me coming on and doing this is to make everything easy is probably the wrong word, but understandable, because I think we all like a challenge, which is great. So hopefully the bits that you might have thought, oh, might be a little bit worried about doing that, this will take that worry away, because what my goal is for you to actually enjoy it, have fun, and at the end of it, have your own little Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Okay, so we're going to go over to the overhead now. I will actually be in the right hand corner so that I can talk to you as well as you see what I'm doing on the desk, and then I'll come back at the end and show you my finished piece and say goodbye to the next time. But anyway, so from now, let's go to the overhead camera. Hello and welcome to the desktop. So we are about to make our marvellous Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle Here she is in all her glory, bless her. I love her. She's just got some fabulous colours and some fabulous techniques to go for making her little spikes. She's even holding her little eye in there. She's got a little apron, all sorts. So, before we get going proper, I think it's as well we have a little look what's in our kit. Okay, and as if by magic, all the fluff appears. Right, okay, so just to go through it, you've got your white, which I will also refer to as the core wool. You've got the pink, which is obviously going to make her lovely blouse. We've got the teal and the yellow, which make up the colours on the underskirt. We have dark brown, light brown, otherwise known as rabbit and bear. And we've got some grey and some black. You also will have a piece of felt, which is going to make the apron ties, and also the little frill around Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's hat. Here we go. So the frill is going to be made out of this, the little bow at the back out of this, and the apron out of this. We will be adding some of the white core wool to the front of this, but the head here is made out of the actual core wool actually on the head. It's just the frill that we've made out of the felt. Okay, so you've got that. Also in your kit you will have a little mat, which is probably black actually, even though I've got this one here showing as white. Don't worry about that. You also will have a couple of eyes, black eyes. You'll have a needle and thread and 3 needles. You will have a blue one, a green one, and probably an orange one. Ignore the colours of mine, I hasten to add. So the blue one is your 40 twisted, and your green one is your 36 star, and the orange one, I think it's going to be the orange one, is going to be your reverse needle. But definitely your blue and your green are your normal, and the other one will be your reverse needle. Okay. If it seems odd that I don't know what the colours are, it's because I'm doing this before we've actually got all the instructions gone to print and everything, because I wanted this video ready for when we launched the kit. So I'm just going from my notes and everything that I think's going in there. But if I'm wrong, don't hold me to it. Okay, so yes, but anyway, you've definitely got your needles and everything. It's just that yours will be a different colourway to mine. You will have blue, it's just that one will be green and that one will probably be orange. Okay, and I will refer to them. When we get to do the reverse needle, I will absolutely refer to that. It's really easy to tell, by the way, which one's your reverse needle and your normal, because when you put your normal needles in, you go in crunch, 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 and they come out really easily. When you put your reverse needle in, it'll go in really easily, and you have to pull it out, and it makes the noise coming out. Okay, because basically the barbs are the other way around. So when you pull it out, it will actually pull the fluff out, as opposed to taking it in and entangling it. But we will talk more about that when we get to that point. Okay, right, so let's get on to the first stage. Okay, so I didn't say in that very first bit that this is an improver's kit, so I am assuming that you've done at least one kit before, so you know the basics of needle felting and you know the separating of the wool, etc. So I will go through everything. I won't skip anything, but I won't labour over things that you will probably know about, okay, because it's an improver's kit. Of course, the joy of the video is if it's something I've gone quickly over, you can go back over it many times because you can use the rewind button. How marvellous. Right, okay, so this first, or this next section, we need to divide the wool that we've got, the core wool, into 5 pieces. So as you can see, I've unraveled the ball and I've wound it up on my table so that I've got it into more or less 5 equal pieces. Now you'll also note that I've taken a little bit off here. I always like to before I start, take a piece off, because sometimes you get to that point where you've used everything. You think, oh, if only I'd held a bit back because I could have put that in here or done there. So perhaps it's just me that does that. So, you don't have to do this, but I always take a bit off and put it aside just in case I need it later. So then the rest of it, divide up into 5 equal parts. Okay, and then we pull it apart, and then we've got that 5th one there. Okay, so I've got my 5 equal parts. Brilliant. So what does it say now? Put one aside and use the rest to build the body. Okay, let's put that. So we've got the 4. Brilliant. So the core shape, which you can see in your picture 2, and I will bring you here and show you. Let me just fold that up so you can see it properly. So the core shape that we're going for with these 4 pieces is this, because this is our finished item. So within that, we've actually got this core shape, which we then build everything up from. So what we're going to do is to initially create this central section, which is going to be a little ball. Okay. And then we're going to add this bit on here, and then we're going to add that bit on there, and then we will slightly shape the head and bring the sort of snout out, all in the core before we get going. Now, it's as well to notice, our little angular shape here. We've got this little bit of an angle in here. Now, when I made this one, I actually did this at quite a sharp angle, but I don't know if it notices, but the one on the cover isn't quite so sharp as that. It's a bit more. So there's plenty of room for you to, put in however you want. But basically, yeah, it was angled down because of this is the underskirt, and this is her little dress, which is all ruched up within the ties of the apron to keep it out of the way while she's cooking, etc. And, well, in this case, ironing. Okay, so it's just worth noting that, and obviously, the angle up there because she's leaning forward, and that's where all her beautiful folds of her dress are going to go, etc. Okay. So as you will see, I'm using a slightly different mat here, just so that I've got my, large place in the middle of my camera to hopefully show it off well. It's just a wall mat, which I put a little nylon mesh over the top and then put my little felt. Just to explain, I put this felt on top so that I can change it each time, because I'm a bit of a messy felter, and my wool pad underneath will, as you can see, has here, take on the fluff of the item that I'm creating. I put this little nylon piece on purely because if I end up doing something like felting a wing or an ear shape or something like that on here, it just helps when you're taking this off. It just helps to release the fibres from the mat if I've gone a little bit harder than I should have done, without distorting the piece. Incidentally, if you're doing 2D felting and you've got your piece actually on your mat, put a piece of this underneath, and then you can pull that up, and it means you don't distort your top bit. Anyway, I digress. Okay, so we have got our first piece of the 4 pieces that we've allocated for this part of the project, and we are going to do 2 hand knots, one over the other in the middle, and it's going to basically create that center that we said. We're going to start creating this centerpiece here. So overhand knot, I didn't realize these were called overhand knots until I heard Joe say it. So there you go. I'm not going to tie it really, really tightly because, as I say, it's actually going to create this, but it just helps us start off a lovely core within here, which means we won't have to, oh, nice bit of vegetable matter there. We won't have to felt quite so hard to start with. Okay, so I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to look ahead here so that we can always have on my notes 2 of you. Yeah, so the ball that we're making is going to basically be 7 centimeters across. I've got my trusty ruler here so that we can always keep an eye on that. So once we've sort of built it up, that's what we're going for. And it's, in my mind, I like to keep an eye on that. So now we've got these tails left over. So I'm just going to wrap the first one round that way using the green needle. In other words, our 36 star or cross star, star cross lovers. Okay, so yep, and then this one I should just wrap it round here. So not going mad on really tightly wrapping it, because the knot in the middle is quite a nice core. There, I'm just going to give that a little tap all the way around. Well, I said tap, actually, I'm actually, so I will say this, as I say, I'm assuming you have felted before, but just to give you a few of the terms that I will be using. When I say felt strongly, I mean I'm taking my needle into the center of the piece, because when you're felting on 3D pieces, you do not want to take your needle right out the other side. You really do just want to bring it into the center, because what you're trying to do is condense the piece into the center. Okay, so when I'm saying felting strongly, it's that action that I'm talking about. If I'm saying felt strongly with a strong needle, then I'm talking about the bigger needle, which is the smaller number. So i.e. the 36 is your bigger needle and your 40 is the smaller needle. So if you're felting strongly with the stronger needle at this stage, it's good, because hopefully it means we'll be doing less felting, because we're using a strong action by pushing the needle in only halfway and giving it quite a nice strong felt and core as we go. When I refer later to felting lightly, or even when I tack pieces on, I'm felting lightly, and that's just because I'm basically taking that needle where you've got your barbs at the very end here. I'm just taking the needle in that far, so it's just lightly. Either I'm adding a colour, so I don't want to take the wall right into the centre, I just want to add it to the top in the same way that you do for your 2D. Or if I'm just tacking something on, i.e. I'm lightly putting it on so that I can, change my mind if I need to. Okay. It's like someone said to me the other day, Steph, can I take it completely apart, something that they were creating, and start again? And I said, well, it all depends whether you've felt it strongly or whether you've just tacked it together. Because if you've done a strong felt on something, then you can't pull it apart. You'll just be ripping it, and you'll be ripping if you put your wool under the microscope. The wool's got scales on it, and so if it's been felted quite strongly, you'll basically rip in those scales, and it won't be easy to felt it again, because you've got sort of distorted wool, as it were. So, but if you've done it nice and lightly, if you've added something quite lightly, then it's easy to just pull it off. Lightly pull it off. Okay, so I'm just having a view to the fact this is going to be a circle, obviously not a perfect circle. This is, as I will say on many occasions, this is an art, not a science. We're not going to be getting any mathematical calculations out to make sure we've got everything even. We're imitating the natural world here, which most certainly is almost never symmetrical. Okay, so that's the start of my, put my little needle on there. Let's see what the next section. Okay, let's go to the next section. Now, it's worth saying that each of these sections, read it all the way through and then follow the instructions. Don't read the first part of it and start that without reading the next bit, because quite often the first bit describes what you're going to be doing and the next bit explains it, i.e. this one. Okay, so use the I'll explain it in full on this occasion so you see what I mean. Use the second piece of wool and divide it into two. Use one of these pieces to wrap around the ball you have created. Attach one end by firmly felting in place and then wrapping tightly around to make the ball a bit smaller. Now, if you started now without reading the mess, you'd miss a really important piece. So the next part says, felt strongly all over. Brilliant. Repeat with the second piece. Brilliant. The ball should be 7 centimetres across. Really important, because if your ball is bigger, then you would need to use this time to actually wrap it quite tightly and felt it strongly to condense it. And if your ball is smaller, then you just need to keep adding and felting a bit lightly in place to make it bigger. Okay, so at that point I'm going to get my ruler out because I just can't help myself and I love my ruler. So if I pop my little spherical shape, I am kind of 6 centimetres already. Wow, that's not bad, is it? I'm 6 centimetres already. Okay, so I don't know what you are, but if you're huge, then when we're taking this next section from those pieces we put aside, dividing it into two, okay? And so if you, in fact, because my piece is so thick, I'm going to divide it again. You don't need to do that. You can just use the two pieces. If yours is huge, that just means you need to felt it down a bit more, as opposed to mine where I'm building up a little bit. But I will pay mind to the fact that I shouldn't add masses, because a centimetre is going to go on here really quickly. So yeah, I've just divided this half up a little bit more, just so that I can wrap it in a bit more of a controlled way. I'm still using my strong needle, my green needle, because this is my building up of this core. I'm not doing anything other than trying to make a sphere, a circle, a globe, whatever. Okay, so I'm just going, I'm felting strongly in the sense that I'm taking my needle into the center, but what I'm not doing is masses in one place. I'm just going all the way around, and then let's see how much we've added or not, because we're obviously doing a bit of condensing because we're using the strong needle and felting into the center. Now, you will notice that I throw caution to the wind and put my hands all over the place and close. Obviously, you won't necessarily want to do that yourself. If you find you keep stabbing yourself with the needle, it's probably because you're bringing your needle too high. Okay, that's not to say I don't stab myself, I do. And by the way, that's not actually a stabbing mark. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Well, I think it's funny. But yes, we'll check to see how well we're doing before we go gallivanting on. Because what we don't want to do is add it all and then think, oh, now I've got to do a lot of felting type thing. Right, so have we increased anything at all? Yes, we have, because we've sort of gone up to almost 6.5. Right, so this is the other bit of that first. I've still got the other half there. I kind of did it into a quarter, didn't I? Okay. Because once again, it always depends how thick the wall is. See how I didn't really do that in any systematic way. It all depends. Every time you open up a kit from anywhere, the wall could turn up in slightly different thicknesses and lengths, because obviously it all depends how it comes from the person who is processing the wool. And as much as, and because it doesn't all come from, you know, one machine, everything goes in one way and comes out another size. It does all depend how the person who's doing it is setting it up and how it comes out on that particular occasion. So that's why I don't try and confuse you. I try and not make assumptions that your wool will look exactly as mine is. If yours does look exactly as mine, then brilliant. But don't be concerned if it doesn't. This feels quite nice. So it's still quite spongy. Bearing in mind, we know we have other bits to add to this. Bottom and top. We will have colours and all sorts. You'll be amazed at how much felting will go on even after we've got this first stage done. So I'm just conscious of going all over, not felting very, very hard all over, just strongly, randomly, and not too concentrated in one area. Okay, let's have another look. Okay, yeah, so we're almost at 7 already. So I still have this other piece because we split our pieces in 2, but I will do that again. And so I'm aware that now I'm adding, and I do not want to build up the size so much. So I'm going to pull this a bit tighter as I wrap it round, okay? And when to pull it tighter, we make sure we have hold of it really close to the piece rather than way out here where we would actually end up pulling the piece off, okay, and up there. And the reason I'm doing that is because I don't want to build it up. So let me just felt that end in. Okay, and I'll just go around. See, now the moment I've let that go, it will spread a little bit, even though I've done it quite tightly. Whereas if I'd done it nice and loose, it would have naturally built up, which is what I would have done if I'd wanted to add more size to it. I will also say, you know, once again, I don't know what standard you are at, because there will be a variety of people in variety of levels watching this. But the plus part is there is an index in the description on this YouTube video, and you can go to that and click onto whatever section you want to go to. So if you're very much looked at the shape in picture 2 and thought, oh, I'm on that, you know, off you go. You just want to get to the bit where we're adding stripes or doing the spikes. It is all indexed and you can go straight to that bit. Okay, do not want to hold anybody up who wants to shoot along. Done a nice little, I should check the size again. Yep, still at 7, brilliant. So my last little piece. So yeah, so even in the instructions where we said we would divide this piece into two, I actually ended up dividing it into four, but it's, if you want to keep it at two and just do a big wrap, then do that. Once again, I'm going to do this quite tightly because I do not want it to get bigger. About 7 centimetres is where we want to be. Okay. So I'm certainly quite pleased with the shape and everything of mine. I hope you are with yours. And I am just doing, oh, I get my little bits of vegetable matter out as I go. Otherwise it comes back to haunt me later. They always seem to pop out just when I don't want them to. So. There we go. So yeah, just nice little random felting into the centre, especially we've got these new bits added there, just to give them an anchor in really. So that there's no loose bits. Every bit's had a little movement into the centre, shall we say. Or a little bit of it's gone into the centre. Okay. Nice. A nice little roll and a nice little check. Make sure I haven't gone mad. Nope, that's still 7 centimetres. Love it. Brilliant. Okay, next shape. Okay, so we're going to use the third piece and we are going to divide this into 4. Okay. Centre that. Okay. Okay, we've got our 4 pieces. Right. Yep. Third piece one. Using the first of these quarters, wrap it around your fingers into your 2 fingers into a cylinder shape. Take it off your fingers and attach to the bottom of the ball made in the previous step. Refer to the shape in picture 2, i.e. this one, and notice that this bottom piece is slightly angled at the back. Felt strongly and shape as you go. This piece should extend about 3 centimetres down. Okay, we will add more wool later to strengthen it, so once we've added the top bit, right, so we won't worry about that too much. Okay, I've got quite a plump piece, so I'm just making it a little bit longer by stretching it slightly. If you've got a nice long piece, perfect. Okay, so here we go. So refer to your pictures where we've got those 2 fingers and basically we wrap it round. Now I'm not wrapping it too tightly, and then I'm just going to take it off my fingers like it says, and you just end up with a bit of a fluff. Now I'm going to take the light needle to start with, just to do a really light. No, it doesn't say this in the instructions. I'm just going to do that very lightly. Okay, now we are going to add this to our piece here, and if you look ahead to 5C, I think, let me have a look. Yes, we just add it on the bottom. It looks a little bit like a light bulb to start with, because then we can sort out the shape and everything afterwards. So strongly felt it down on the outside edge with your strong needle, your green needle. Okay, so we're just felting that down in place to start with. So that's on, far too long. But now I'm going to take my needle down the centre, because that just gives it a nice, and then I'm going to squish it. I'm going to squish it down, because this needs to be, he says, she says, why did I say he says? No idea. 3 centimetres. So let me get my little ruler. So 3 centimetres, yeah. So squish that in a little bit more. Okay. And then around the outside again. Which probably makes it a little bit wider, which is fine. Let's get the shape done, because we're going to be adding more wool and everything later. This is just so that we can get the shapes right, and when it's nice and soft like that, it's nice and easy. I'm just looking at 5C. Yeah, I've probably got in the picture in 5C this is probably a bit fatter, but I'm not going to worry about that. Just going to make sure it's about 3 centimetres in depth. Needs to be a bit, because we will be adding more later to make that better. Okay, right. Yep, it stands like a little globe on its little stand. Okay, next bit, take a 2nd quarter and wrap it around your finger again as before to produce a cylinder shape. This time add it to the top. Once again, refer to picture 2, see the angle, it extends out the top, felt in place, and the depth of this piece should be about 5 or 6 centimetres. So it's this one out here. So this was a bit thicker than this one, so we're obviously going to extend it out a little bit. But okay, let's take our next piece. Like I say, I'm just going to lengthen it a bit. Oops, dropped him over already. Okay, now then, just wrap that around my finger, making it quite soft. Not going to unravel. How long's that piece? Yeah. Okay. Right. So we need it off at kind of this angle, don't we? From what we can see here. So if we can see what we've got, yeah, it goes off at that angle there. Yeah. So just felt that in place with the strong needle around the edge again. And pieces down, felt in place. Now, okay, that's the angle I want, isn't it? So keep that angle. Go down the centre again. It's quite spongy. Yeah. Okay, so we now need to take the third quarter and wrap this around the joints of that top and bottom piece, felting strongly and paying attention to the overall shape. Okay, so we want to fill in these bits a bit. Now once again, I've got quite a chubby piece here, so I'm actually going to split that off. So then I've definitely got a top and a bottom that I can do. I don't even mind doing this. But all right, so I am going to wrap an initial bit just round, and I'm going to use the light needle but felting strongly, i.e. taking it right into the centre. If, like mine, your upper bits are quite flimsy in comparison to your central core, don't worry, the very last bit we will be able to address some of that. Okay, so let's use this piece at the bottom. Once again, let's use that light needle but in a strong action into the centre, because I want this to start building it up rather than condensing it down as such in these joins. Okay, alrighty, so that's done the joins. I'm going to split these bits again. Oh, how tall is this supposed to be? 5. Okay, so I'm just going to take it around there as a whole. Once again, with that lighter needle, in other words the blue one, still felting strongly. Just do a little bit down the centre there. Okay, and then add a bit more around here. I shall have a look at the overall shape again in a minute, because the thing is with these top and bottom bits so light at the moment, it means that we can squish them around, change where they're going, the shapes and everything. There we go. Right, that's kind of, so as I say, when we look at our lady here, we will build it up some more, but she gets that kind of angle down, so she's fine there. Just need to perhaps build up that little bit there. This is a bit squishy, needs a bit more. Okay, so fourth piece, use it to strengthen any areas that need it. Yeah, okay. So firstly, let me do some splitting here. What I'm going to do is my top bit is a lot squishier than I want it to be, so I'm going to strengthen that bit. Just by adding that whilst it's in its position, felting felting strongly with the lighter needle. So this means I can gradually move that wall into the centre. Whilst keeping an eye on the overall shape in comparison to this. Okay. Now, if at any stage during anything that you're making, if you suddenly think, oh, do you know, I could do with it just a bit of strength down the middle, that's when you can actually take your needle and just go down that central bit. Give it, even though that's with the light needle, that's still giving a nice bit of central core, okay? Now, yep. Good. When we do the adding of the face and everything in that, the next sort of major area, we can do even more building up. Okay. Lovely. Add a bit more to our bottom. Still with our light needle. Said about filling in that sort of bit between the bottom bit and the bottom of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, and we will do that. And once we've done the face and everything on that top bit, the rest of the wall that we've got left over, we can then come down and add more in here. But it's always so much better when you've got the overall shape and size of head and everything, that you can then know where everything's going and not made something too big in the wrong direction. And whilst it's in this stage, you've got your nice base, and these bits can be easily moved. Okay. Now we'll fill up that little bit there, the bottom. Just to make that a little bit more filled in. Less of a step, let's say. Pull that bit round, tuck that in. Okay. Yeah, got a 3 there. That needs to be at that nice angle, up to about 5, that's good. And I've still got another little piece that I am going to put on this bit. And I think I'm going to do that back into the join here, and then go around, pull that back, just to fill in a little bit there, a bit. Get that shape. Because if we look at 7, yeah, okay, and they've got that rounded bit at the top, which I have slightly, but I know I'm going to be doing that face and head in a minute. So there we go. Still squishy, but that's good. Okay. Okay, now I will have a view to making that slightly angled back there, even at this early stage. Yeah, so that she will stand up. Good. Right. Okay. Face and snout. Okay, the final of those original 4 pieces we had for the body. It's going to be divided into 4. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go once that way, and then once that way. So I've got 4 pieces like that. Lovely. Take a small piece of wool from one of the quarters. Okay, take a small piece of wool from one of the quarters and fold it into a triangle. Felt lightly. Pick up off your mat and rub in your fingers. Take the needle and felt as a nose. Okay, so let's have a little pictures. Right, so start off with a triangle. Now we pick it out, make the little nose, and then find the place. So our little nose is going to be coming out of here, isn't it? I'm looking at the, yeah, it's going to be coming out of that way. So we're going to add that, yeah, around there. Okay, so let's take a small piece. Okay, so we're going to do a little triangle. Right, so that is, let's start off with a smaller piece. So triangle. I'm doing this with my light needle. I always call this drawing a line. So once I've done that line, I can then just fold that over. Fold that over. Get the base of vegetable matter off. Nice. Okay, so quite lightly done. Fold it over again just to make it okay. Now the end bit, twizzle it. Even if you wanted to felt down the end of it. Okay, do you want me to add this? Yeah, felt down the end of the nose, yeah. That's what we're doing. Then to place nose onto the face, tack into place, check with the picture 2 to make sure you're happy where it is, and then felt firmly. Take the rest of this quarter and build up that nose area. Okay, the rest of this quarter. Right, so I pulled the piece off of there and there. Right, so this is going in about here. If we have a look, if you look at the picture, and I look at this, it's definitely going down at this stage here. There. Okay, I'm going to just pop it around there. So that's actually looks a little bit long at the moment, but that's fine. Let me use the rest of that bit I had. Just wrap it round. And you've got the sort of basic structure sticking out. I'm going to add a bit to the top of that head. With the rest of this quarter. Okay, because the end of the nose isn't a point. It's quite a, you've got a hedgehog's nose. They've got quite a nice big sort of not even circular snout. Right, so we've got the rest of this quarter, which is allocated to this snout. Now the first thing I'm going to do is just add a little bit to the top of the head, because we've got a nice little bit left over here. And I'm using my light needle, but the strong action. Okay, because I didn't make that quite long enough. And so I just add a little cushion on top. There we go. Right, bit of a big nose there. And you look at your little wombles. Okay. I don't think they do have small noses by any means. Okay. So this bit is all allocated to this snout area, and I've just decided to add mine over the top as well as to the snout. So wherever you think you need to add shape, you go ahead. Just gonna do my bit of felting, sculpting really this part. This is building up your nice little feature, which looks a bit more like a beak at the moment, so we need to do a bit more work on that. Oh, his little head knocked over a bit. There we go. It's looking a bit better. Okay, still got some left over from this little quarter. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it round, because that kind of builds that bottom bit towards the snout. you know, there's no guarantees that yours needs exactly what I'm doing here. I'm just describing, because when you did yours, it might have looked perfect, just like the pictures. This is why I quite like coming on, doing a video and showing how every time you make it, it sort of looks different. And, you know, one time you might end up having, you know, a bigger head or a bigger body, and you think, that wasn't quite how I imagined it was going to go. But, you know, last time I did that, it worked perfectly. But it doesn't matter. You just use the bits. It's also another reason, as I've said, why I kind of leave a bit off to start with, because you kind of get to a stage where you go, oh, I could really have done with just adding a bit more on there. If only I had a little bit left over. And you do, if you put it aside. Just generally going around stabbing all over. Hopefully paying heed to the shape as I go. We'll double check. Still got another little piece, so that'll be good. So I can decide, yeah, I need to just make that a bit more, actually round the nose, snout. Whatever we're going to call it. Okay, I've got another little piece. Just looking at the shape that we've got on the pictures. Yeah. Your picture 2, yeah, it's probably got a bit more of a build up. Down the end. Push him into place. Still nice and soft, so we can push her around. There we go, that's not bad actually. Quite like that. Look at the shape that you've got your picture of in 2. Okay. Probably a little bit over, but that's sort of fine. Sort of fine is good enough. So I'm just going to use the rest of this that I've got over to keep adding to my shape. Okay, and that last little bit, where shall I put that around? Yeah. Actually, let me just pop it over the top. She gets quite a lot put on her head with the adding of the headscarf, etc., which is why I don't really worry too much about the softness, because I know how much more she's going to get. But you just need to have enough to have shaped her so that we are good to do the rest of adding on. She's got that, you know, proper shape to her. Like I say, bear in mind, this looks different every time I do it. I did a, you know, stronger angle for the skirt this time than I did the last time than I did the first time. It just means that, you know, you make her very much yours. There you go. So have a look at your overall picture too. Compare your okay, good enough. Right, next session. I've still got 3 of these left, haven't I? Okay. Take the rest of this quarter and build up. No, I've done that. So your core shape should be about 14 centimeters in height. Yes. Check over the general shape from the side and back and make any adjustments using a 1/4 of 2 of the wall, floating more to make smaller or larger. Okay, so these bits that we've got left over here. So I was just checking through there, yeah, a 1/4 or 2. So we've got 3/4 left. One of the quarters we're going to be using on the arms in a moment. So let's put that aside. So these 2/4 we can now use to fully substantiate any more. So I'm quite happy with the shape here. I know that I'm going to be adding her bonnet on there. The face, let me have a little look to the side here. We will be obviously adding more wool, as in colour and everything. So this is going to be her little chest area coming down to the skirt. So I want to fill in a bit more here, so this is a bit more of a gradual rather than the step that it is now. So I'm just going to pull pieces off here. So this is still a bit of a step. So I want to make that into a graduation, because this is going to be, you know, the front of the skirt and where the apron goes down from her chest. Now, you may have noticed I did actually poke myself, and that was because I lifted my needle up too high. I got carried away. It's always a way. It's always, I can always, well, I've got it videoed. I can even watch myself doing it, can't I? Okay. So let's strengthen this bit up a bit as our little bottom. Right, so you are going to do the little bottom which comes down. Is little, so she's quite straight. Yeah, okay. So I want to actually give her a nice strength on that very bottom bit. So I'm just going to wrap a piece around there, lightly felt it in place. Now I also know that I'm going to get, I'm going to be wrapping the skirt, as it's going to have a whole thing of yellow around it. and then going to have the stripes down it, which will then come underneath and also help to form this base. So I'm not going to worry about just how much strength there is in this bottom piece at the moment, other than it needs to be nice and stable to be able to take that colour. So I'm just popping that around once again, keep a view on it, but it's got to be the right shape for adding that on. So let's have a little look again, and obviously needs to be the right height, etc. Okay, so we've got a nice little shapeliness. And let's just fill in that bit there, leave that there. That's a bit of vegetable butter. Okay. Still using my light needle, but in the strong action. Just means it happens nice and gradually. And I can be very aware of how it's building, you know, and I don't end up too far down the wrong alley, which has been known. Just flipping it around. Okay, so it's definitely got a little head a bit on the side there, you know. That may be how she ends up being. Who knows? Okay, so we kind of have her in that nice angle that way, slight skirted angle that way, which I don't want to be as extreme as I was the last time. I quite like that angle down that way. Okay, so let's just squish her a bit and decide where. Okay, just going to lightly felt that front bit so that it's a little bit in line with the other bits. You can easily just push it in with your finger like that and then felt it in place, so that she's a bit flatter down there. Okay, I'm just going to add a little bit at the front there. When the skirt gets added. Still got another quarter left there. For playing around and deciding if anywhere needs a helping hand. So this is all about that first sculpt. Knowing that you're putting more on top, but just making sure you've got the right shape underneath to be able to take those next layers, basically. Okay, let's change that. Kind of got little circles like a tree. Take that off. Okay. was even. Okay, so as I say, definitely got a little head off to the side. No doubt. Well, I could adjust that back, or I could just leave it how it is. I might just leave it for now. So definitely got a nice little middle section. So we're out and in. Definitely have that nice slant there. And so I quite like the idea of it coming forward a bit. She has a little apron and that coming down there. Her head, I do wonder whether I put a little bit around there, just to, not too much, just not to build her up, but I added that and it's quite soft. So if you touch anything and you go around and just assess and think, yeah, that really is just quite soft. So I'm adding the wall and with the strong action through to the centre. So it's not actually going to add size. I'm adding it by taking it into the centre and just strengthening that area. Okay, doesn't feel quite so soft now, which is good. Okay, now then, as I have, I'm not worrying too much about the back. But just to give her more in the side of her face area. Around that. I'm not going to necessarily use it all yet. I'm going to leave that bit just in case I suddenly think, oh, wish I had a bit. I always like to leave bits over, don't I, so that I can add a bit here and add a bit there. Probably because I change my mind all the time. I don't know, I do. So really, all we're doing here, I say all we're doing is just creating that shape in picture 2, okay? And the process of doing the centre ball and then adding the 2 sort of soft shapes, top and bottom, and then just building them up. Because once you've got that core bit in the middle, you're just building out these shapes either side, just to make them look as close as we can to picture 2. It won't look exactly the same. I mean, this isn't even, I mean, that is the picture on picture 2, that one. And, yeah, mine's not exactly the same. Look, definitely a different angle down here. Definitely more bent over. Yeah, so not exactly the same. Because they never are. But it's close enough. Close enough for Jazz. Okay. And I know that we have a chance to add something to her little cheeks in a bit. Just wanted to give her a bit of substance there. Okay, now, quite happy with that. Okay, I'm going to leave those little bits. Okay. Okay, so we're going to create her little, well, her nice big arms actually. So the arms are going to be about 7 centimeters long, and obviously they're going to be thinner at the wrists. So we're producing from this bit here to the wrist bit, not the hands. So we're going to take this last quarter that we had left, divide it into two, roll it up into a thin sausage, and shape no longer than 7 centimeters. Felt it, add a bit to one end to give it this thicker bit. And that bit sharp, right? You can emphasize this more bad in, but yeah. Okay, there we go. Lovely. So I'm looking at the pictures. So if you're looking at your pictures, there's that nice little arm sitting on the ruler, showing you 7 centimeters and also showing what it's going to look like. So let's take our bit of our piece of this. It's the last quarter, isn't it? So I think that's a nice enough piece from that, because you don't necessarily, you're not going to necessarily use half for each arm. So just start off with a sensible amount. You're going to be adding pink to this, so, and then just roll it up. Okay, let's see where we get to. Now that is 6 centimeters, so that's fine. So this is my light needle. I'm just felting into the center to give a shape. Once again, it is really very squishy. Now this end seems to be naturally going thinner and that bit bigger, so that's the way I'm going to do this. This is going to be my wrist, so I'm going to just pop that in that end there. We will be adding more water to this. Just felting that in place down, because this is going to be the thinner end. And I am just felting into the center. I'm not felting down into my mat. Okay. Makes a big difference if you're not felting down into the mat, because it means that you really are making an even shape all the way around, a nice little tube. Right, bits everywhere. Okay, so we need to add a bit to the end. Good, good. So let's take a little bit more and just wrap it round the end, which will naturally extend it a bit. It's amazing, every time you sort of felt, you always seem to make things longer, so that's why I'm not worrying about it being a bit smaller than I wanted, because it's going to very quickly be the right size. And as I keep saying, it's an art, not a science. Not a science, yes, that's what I've got it the wrong way around for a minute. That will just be funny. Okay, so we're nearly up to that 7 centimeters. Okay, I'm going to fold that into a little ball and just pop that on the end, which kind of fills in the end. And we'll make it the right length. Now you might have got yours the right length to start with. Which would be great. Don't recommend you felting into your hand like I just did, by the way. Don't do as I do, do as I say. Felt onto the mat. Okay. 7 centimeters. Right. Okay, let's take another piece. I'm going to put a little bit more on there. Okay, and roll. Roll it up again and do the same as we did that time. And once again, that's thinner than that end, so that will be my end. I think quite often when you roll things up, you naturally roll one end more than you do the other because you're either right or left-handed, and you'll have a bias in one direction. Pop that in there because that's going to be my little wristy. So just doing a light felt into what? No, it would be considered a strong felt because I'm going into the centre of the piece. It's a very small piece, so I'm not going that far in terms of depth of my needle, but it's still going into the centre. I don't want to make these pieces overly heavy and thick because they're still going to get their little peak on the top. Okay, so no problem being 7 centimeters. And then we'll just put that bit. Okay, make that a little bit thinner at the end. Seems to be getting lots of emails in at the moment for some reason. I think my internet went down earlier, now everything's catching up. Okay, and then take a little bit more. Just wrap that around what's going to be basically the top of the arm and the sort of shoulder area. If this Tiggy-Winkle was a human, I don't know what you would call it on a hedgehog. Anatomy of a hedgehog. Need to keep an eye on the time because I've got an appointment. At 7 o'clock. Not that that time means anything to you at all because you will be watching this at whatever time you are in your country or time zone. Feeling I have made that a bit shorter, so I may need to. Oh, no, all right. Okay, I'm going to do the same as I did last time and add a little ball onto the end because it just strengthens up that little top area. And that's where I'm going to be joining her arms to the body, obviously. Yeah. Okay. That one looks a little bit bigger, but okay. Close enough for jazz. Okay, so we are moving now on to the yellow skirt. So I still have a little piece left over from those 4/4. Plus, obviously, I've got the extra piece that we put aside at the start, which will be when we do the head piece and everything. But first of all, we are going to add the yellow skirt. So grab your yellow. Okay, found the yellow. Why I didn't have that available to hand, I've got no idea. Anyway, so you have more than enough yellow here. So what we are going to do is we're going to wrap it around the skirt area. I'm taking out as much of the vegetable matter before I get going. Okay, so now whatever happens, even if you decide to go mad and put every single last bit, keep some back anyway, because we're putting this on, and then when we add the stripes, which isn't now, it's later, when we add the stripes of the teal colour, you will need a little bit of yellow just to tidy it up once you've done that. So let's have a look. So yellow skirt, this will be the base for the stripy underskirt. Lay the yellow wool over the skirt area front and back, even though the apron's going to cover some of it. It doesn't need to be thick, just enough to cover the white. Keep some yellow back to neaten up later. There you go. Lightly felt in place. So we're going to use our light needle and do light touches. The skirt should be neat and ready to receive the teal stripes. And that is, if you look at your picture there, so it's going to be right up over here to down. Okay, so this is going to be almost the top layer. So I've got all these pieces. So I've put a piece over there, and I'm playing with these bits because this should be more than enough. Okay, so I'm going to start with a line above which I am not going to go. Okay, so if you look at the finished Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, okay, so her underskirt obviously actually goes all the way up to here, and the pink is over the top, and also, as I say, it's right underneath in here. So we actually need to bring it to the front piece there, and we need to bring it, I mean, if we bring it up to there, we've more than done enough. Okay, so that's the idea, is not to skimp. Make sure we cover everything that we need to. There we go. Let me get my light needle and just do the top line that we're going to do. Okay, and then we know we don't need to go above there. So light felting needle, we are just using those bits that you can see you've got notches on. Okay, because if you take it all the way in and past the shaft, you are going to get holes, because the shaft, as you can see, is so much thicker. Can we see that in the, yeah, the shaft area is so much thicker than the end bit. So we are just putting the end bit in, and this is our twisted needle, so it helps us as much as possible to make a nice neat, but at the moment, nice neat covering. Finish your sentences, stuff. helps us on our way. Okay, so this is just the top line, so it doesn't need to be neat as such, but that is quite even. Just a little bit higher than it is the other way. Okay, there we go. Lovely. Right, so now let's just start by putting lightish layers, so you can still see through it as such, but rather than just putting a huge thick layer on to start with, put lightish layers. Now I will actually, haven't started doing it this way, I'm going to do it the other way in a minute. Okay. So not with that. It just suddenly came to my mind, and rather than rewinding the video and do it again, I'll just show you how things escape my mind like everybody else's. Okay, so the stripes are going to be going up and down, aren't they? So wouldn't it be sensible if we also put this going up that way? Okay, so we know where our top bit is, down to the bottom. So that central bit will already have a nice covering over her body, which is kind of appropriate, isn't it, that she should have a nice layer over there. Okay. Let's at this stage just get the covering on, and we'll worry about neatening it up in a bow. Of course, we don't need to get a nice straight line, because it's going to be covered by the pink ruched dress. Anyway, okay, okay. Yeah, so come to think of it, actually having the extra bit over her body isn't a bad thing anyway. It's also a bit of an advert for watching the video, you know, not just reading the instructions, but watching what I do before you follow me. Okay. Okay. I know we're not at the stripes yet, but when we get to the stripes, it takes longer than you think. And in the example I've got here, she's got quite thick teal stripes, which take a lot longer than thin ones. So I think for this little workshop, I'm going to do thinner stripes, which hopefully won't take quite so long. But obviously, you decide how thick or thin you want to do yours. Just depending on what picture you look of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, she has various sizes of versions of the stripes, so I don't think any of them are more right than the others. Besides, I'm sure she's got more than one underskirt. If anyone says, I thought she should have the opposite size stripes to the ones you've done, say, oh, that one's in the wash. Boom. Answer for everything. Okay, lovely. I quite like it. I love this yellow. I'm going to say about quite like it. I love it. It's just such a rich, gorgeous colour. Quite like a dress in that colour, actually. Probably can't wear that colour anymore, but I certainly used to. Certainly used to be able to. Glorious. Got my new favourite cardi on at the moment. Today was a bit overcast and dull, so I was very pleased to be given an opportunity to put it on, even though it's actually the beginning of August. And it should be warmer, in case you're in another country, and that means absolutely nothing to you. Okay. Okay, where are we? I think that once I've got this yellow underskirt done, I think I'm going to have to go and get ready for my appointment. So in my time frame, I will continue with this tomorrow. In your time frame, it will look like as if it was a blink of an eye and I'm back. So, yeah, just lightly felting away here with this gorgeous colour, because we just want to have this colour felted on top of the core, the top part of the core underneath. We don't want to take it in any further than we need to, other than for it to catch the fibres underneath, felting it in place so that it is our main colour, basically, rather than the white that's underneath. Now I do quite like to fold these over it into the underneath, because it just gives added strength into there, and it also means you don't get any of the white showing accidentally, which I also like. Okay, right. Let's check where I need to fill in any bits before we do it a bit neater. A little bit here, down the bottom. As I say, at the front it will actually have an apron covering, but I do like to still, you might take the apron off, and wouldn't that be awful if we hadn't completely filled in the underskirt? Should be naked, just not a good look, not nice. And yes, I'm aware that I'm waffling on. See, the difference when I'm doing videos like this is thoughts that I have in my head, actually I speak out loud. Okay. So I know this is the front part, but I still want to make sure she's got a good covering. We have plenty of yellow, so there's absolutely no problem. This we really don't need to be God, what's the word? Nope. I was going to say we don't need to scrimp on it, but there was another word I'm trying to come. Oh, it'll come to me later. I'm sure you're shouting it at the screen at the minute. Well, I would be if I was you. I'm probably just putting my personality onto you, so I do apologise. Okay, just neatening this up a bit. Going around doing very light. Now I could, if I wanted it to look really, really, really neat, I would actually just tap it like that. But at the moment, because I'm still going to put the teal stripes on the top, I'm not too, I don't need it to be perfect, I just need it to be neat. So that when the teal goes on top, it will have a lovely, neat base to go on top of, because I will still do a little bit of tidying up with the yellow, because basically, because the teal's much darker, bits of the teal fibres will wander and probably get entwined with some of the yellow. So once all the teal have been done, you just take some light bits of yellow over the yellow areas which may have had a bit of teal join them. So, anything else I need to say about this bit? No, I mean, as I say, this is because of this lovely covering over here, which is why I don't really worry about how strong the core underneath, as we were adding it, of this sort of base part, because you just get to add so much more on top of it. And you know, the yellow goes in underneath. It's more important to get the shapes right in that core. The nice thing about this wonderful shape is you don't need any armature or anything, because the shape itself supports the whole piece. And she will get little shoes underneath as well, which helps make her nice and stable. Okay. See, she's really quite stable now. She's definitely still got her head on the side, look. She may end up with her little head on the side. Well, there you go. A bit like when I did Peter Rabbit, and the second one I did definitely with his head on the side. Just get those little bits out. Veg matter in there. Which I quite like. A jaunty little head, I must say. Okay, so let's have a little look over her. So the back is the most important part, because that's the bit which really shows. So I just want to make sure this is all nicely in place, looking good. I'm able to take the teal, which will come, as I say, it doesn't need to be really even all over, because the teal stripes will go on anyway, and any colour that you're doing like this on fabric, it would be, you know, darker and lighter in places, but obviously what you don't want is big patches of the white showing through. So I just go around and do a gentle tap round on these bits, which will obviously show. You can just, you know, if you rub your hand, it does very quickly neaten it up too, and also show up anything which wants to stick up. Just really like tapping motion. Okay. So, little bit light there. But yeah, it's quite nice to get the fibres going in this direction. I mean, as I say, we do go over it slightly once the teal's on to neaten it up, which, you know, could quite easily cover up the different direction of the fibre. Or it could just be me being finicky. There you go. And this is the front, which isn't quite so drastic as I say, because it's going to be completely under the apron, but just in case you want to take the apron off at any stage, it will mean she'll still look gorgeous. Just put a little bit on there. And then I think we are done with our yellow. I mean, I could carry on for ages going around doing little patches here, little patches there, and you are very welcome to do that. Just make sure you leave yourself a little piece over for when we put the stripes on, for doing a little tidy up. That's the only thing I ask. Apart from that, go along to your heart's content. You know, if you're, you know, worried about one of your bits being quite flimsy, then you can easily use the yellow to make that a bit stronger if you want to. But she should be okay by now. Okay, there we go. She does stand up quite well now. I do like her to have a little bit of an angle at the back, so I'm just going to see if I can do that. There we go, she does, yeah. So that's what she looks like on mine. She's got a nice body. That's where her little skirt comes down. Skirt comes down there. We'll be able to add her blouse and her hat. And she most definitely has got a little head off to the side. So, you know, looking over there, which is fine. Bit of character. Brilliant. Okay, well, I'm going to go and get ready for my appointment. And I shall see you in the blink of an eye. But for me, it'll be tomorrow. There you go, and I'm back again. As I say, it's only seconds for you, but it's the next day for me. So, right, here we are with our lovely yellow skirt all ready to go. So, our next section, we're going to add a bit more shape to the head. Let's read the instructions. So, assess the size and shape of the head. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle has a lovely round face, and you may need to add some width using wool remaining from the 4 quarters. Okay, so I have a little bit left over from those 4 quarters that we used to make the body. If you don't have anything, just grab a bit off of the extra section that we've got, that we put aside at the start. Don't worry about that. Okay, using wool remaining. If you've got some, roll 2 small pieces into light cushions of wool and add these to the sides of the head with a light action. Keep shaping with your needle. The light needle will enable you to do this slowly and assess as you go, as I did with the other part of the face. I like to do it nice and slowly. Add a little bit more wool over the joints to smooth the lines if you need to. And looking at at the picture which goes with that, yes, that's a really lovely adding bit. So let's have a little look at Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. So if we look at Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, she does have these lovely round sides, and if I look at my one's little face here, could certainly do with a bit of extra out here, and that's why we're going to add those puffs to the side. Okay, so these are my 2 little bits that I've got left over. So let me split this one, and okay, so we don't want to go mad, but we do just want to give some extra. I'm just going at the picture. Yeah. Okay, so we love to do these little cushions just where I really lightly roll it up. So you just have a really, I mean, as in it's like candy floss. I'll do another one exactly the same on the other side. Get rid of the little bits of veg matter. There we go. Okay, just really lightly rolling that up. So really got 2 pieces of candy floss there. So we're going to put those on the sides there and there to turn our little Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle on her side. And put that at the bottom and put that at the top. Get my light needle, my blue needle. Nice little piece of veg matter staring at me there. So let's just lightly tack that into the bottom. Lightly tack that into the top. And then I've got a little bit there. I'm going to leave that loose bit to start with. Just tack it down the side. Tack that down the side. Have a little look. Where I'm adding that. I'm going to felt it in a bit more, but just want to put that on so that I can pull it about, decide where that's going to go, put it on the other side. Just giving the rounder face before we add some colour to the head. I'll just bring it down a little bit more so it matches the other side. So it is another reason for tacking it all on and making sure as close as you need to they match. Looks a bit like Princess Leia from Star Wars. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle as Princess Leia. Now there's a little animated movie for you. Okay, just lightly tacking them in place. Really just playing around with the whole. Now if you sort of think, oh actually I could do with bringing a little bit just up to the top, then pull, just lightly tug away, pull it until you think you've got there we go. Just want to give a little bit there. Okay, let's just do a nice little light felt over those areas that we've added. and we'll have a look. See if we're okay with it. With the overall shape. Bearing in mind, you know, we will be adding the hair. I say the hair. It's obviously not hair, but the hat with the prickles that we pull out. So we will be adding the sort of prickles that we then pull through with the reverse needle. So that will all be added onto the back. So I'm not worried about the back. I'm just at this moment wanting to get the shape of that face from the front so that I've got a nice I want to just put a little bit, just to make that really tiny little bit on top. Once again, just make it into that nice little poof, which you can then felt down or leave fluffy. Put back on so that I can see the pictures. A couple of screens in front of me, one so that I can see what you can see, and number two, I have a screen with the pictures on that you will have in your instructions so that I know what I'm telling you to refer to. Okay, there we go. So it's just that overall roundness that I was going for. So not worried about that back of the head at this stage because I shall be adding the dark brown fabric for the prickles, etc., etc. Right, now to add perhaps a little bit just to cover those lines where I joined that on, so that when we add the light brown in a minute to the face, it's got an even colour to sort of go over. And the same the other side, just to cover that little join. So that it's not a step, it's a nice gradual from the little nose. Okay, just lightly, not going mad here at all. If you need to lift anything up, put it in place. Now's the time to do it. Okay, there we go. Now, as we know, she gets her arms on the side here and she gets bulked up a bit there, so that's fine for me. I'm not making that head any wider than her hips. Okay, so I think we're ready for the next. Okay, so we need to get our light brown wool. Okay, so our next section is we're going to cover the face with the light brown wool. Take small but thin pieces of light brown wool and felt lightly in place. Cover the face lightly, leaving some of the white still showing. Okay, so what we're saying there is don't take a big chunk and put it on. We need to take it off and spread it out and get it nice and thin, so that when you're adding it, you would still see, you know, bits of the light come through. We don't need a good solid colour. You're going to add little shadings of the dark brown and everything anyway. Okay, so not really worried about the point of the nose, and I'm obviously not going to fill in back here because I know that that will be covered later. So just start by laying some light bits on. Just with that tapping action. The great thing about this particular wall is it's got browns and greys and all sorts on it, which is fabulous for animals. I think, strictly speaking, it's called rabbit, but it covers so many different animals. It's brilliant. Okay, possibly put too much on there. Pull that up there. Nicely, lightly, with my light needle, just tapping the top bit, not taking it into the centre. Put a bit off there, I've not gone too mad with that. Okay. It's quite nice to get some colour on the face. Always feels like you're getting to the crux of the matter when you start on the face. Well, I think so. Okay, so I am just lightly still going around. I know I'm adding should be adding a end of the little nose snout here, so I'm not overly worried about that. Once you've got a nice thin layer on, you can then go and have a look and think, well, if it's too thin, I can add more. It's a lot easier to do it that way than it is to add masses and then think, I think I've gone a bit too far. Provided you've done it lightly, not impossible, but I always think it's a much more pleasing task to add a bit more than it is to have to take it away. Oh, Steph, come down into camera shot, and obviously got a bit excited there by doing it like that. It's the point of putting that into place, isn't it? So that I don't do that. Yeah. I think it's always amazing that when you do the shape in the core, you know, how many times you will felt on top of it, what with colours, what I call faffing. I do a lot of faffing. So that's why I never really worry too much about the perfection of the under. As long as you've got a good base and close enough to the shape that you're after, there's plenty of room for manoeuvre and making it more solid, more improved. I mean, like this, for instance, I may have made the cheeks a little bit too fat. Who knows? I will know when I get to that stage of putting it all together around, or thinking, oh, that's a bit too much. And then, because they're nice and soft, I can just felt them in a little bit more. Okay. Just make sure that little round to the side. The little bonnet will come round to the side, but I need to make sure it at least goes slightly past where I expect that to come down. Okay. I think I just pull that, just I call my little combing up, rather than adding a bit more, move a bit of that around. Okay. So just do a little. There we go. Excellent. I think we're ready for your little eyes. Excellent. So now we're going to position the eyes. So I'll read the instructions. Imagine a V shape starting at the nose and spreading out towards where the ears will be placed. About halfway between the nose and the imaginary ears, place the eyes. If they do not go in easily, then create a little hole. Okay, now sometimes it's quite good to use a pin if you want to. I'm looking around for the little pins, which are somewhere. Okay, might have to use a big pin because I can't find the little ones. Okay, very fun. Thought they were handy. Put these things supposedly handy, and then they just, oh, there they are, they're in there. Okay, so I'm going to use a black pin. Makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's going to be black. Do I have two the same size? Oh, yes, I do. There we go. Right. So let me show the old V shape on here. So we have her nose and we have her ears. So it's like you've got a little V shape which goes out, and then you have your eyes kind of looking from the front. It looks like halfway between. Okay, so that's the kind of look that we're going for, but obviously we don't have ears at the moment, so we're going to imagine that we're going to go out to ears and out to ears. So if it went out like that, I think my guess is it's going to be about there, and if it went out to there, my guess is it's going to be about there. So have a little look. I mean, obviously the eyes that I'm going to use are slightly bigger, but number one, I can have a little look and see whether that's even, number one. Have a little nose on there. So what do we think? Far enough apart? That one somehow seems to be a little bit. There you go, that looks better. Okay, so now in theory that should go in quite easy, and I'm just going to wiggle my pin so that I can see where I put it. There we go. And I should be able to pop it straight in. No problem. Okay. Because it's nice and it's quite fairly soft in there. Not too hard. so I can see where that is. Oh, where's my other one? Yeah. There we go. In. There we go. I believe so. Put those little pins over there. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to create the nose. Okay, and the thing about the nose is it's not a round as such. It's kind of like a little slightly rounded oblong, I call it. But it's, you know, it's substantial there. So, and it's got, you know, white around it. So it's as well to brush back bits once you've actually put that on. And then bring it in so you can see it really. And then once we put the nose on, we're going to put the little mouth on. Now this is where we look at that area that we've got underneath there, just to check, because we added our nose shape, not really giving thought to exactly what we were going to be putting under here. So if you've given a nose shape and you're going straight in there and you're really not going to have any room for a mouth and a little bit of a chin, we need to add a little bit there. Now let's have a little look at mine there. So I've got the white bit on the end, so I could add just about the little mouth there, but you could still do with a little bit more of a chin. So once again, whilst this isn't specifically in the instructions, it's just a little, I'm gonna do it with the light brown. Just add a little bit into here just to give it a bit more. If yours is really sort of, let's say, skinny in that area, put a little bit of white on top, do a little bit, you know, pull off, say, a little triangle of fluff and just add that underneath there, and then put the light brown on top. Bearing in mind, I'm not going to come too far down because I know the blouse is going to come up here. But just so that that goes down to a join there, let's have a little look. So yeah, I've kind of got enough of an area here. If you feel your nose is not quite, you know, protruding enough, you can always put your needle through. Okay, so you've got the shaft there. Just pull it out. Okay, so that you've got a little bit longer. You can just lightly felt around there and get the sort of shape that you want to add your nose and your mouth to. So in fact, there's almost an area which is kind of the mouth. I'm going to just sort of make that area so that I can see that, yeah, that's going to be kind of, can we see? I'll kind of add in that there. There is definitely an area underneath which would be enough of a chin. Okay, so I can carry on doing my nose. This is where I'll say, you know, just keep assessing the piece at every stage and say, oh, okay, yeah, I need to add a bit there, take a bit there. The instructions can't allow for where you are and where everybody might be. We just have to put the shapes you need to go for and show the next stage where you need to get to. So you just need to go with it and get yourself to that shape as best you can. As I've said before, it's not about getting that shape perfectly, it's about getting close enough. So like previously, we didn't worry about the chin. Now we're worrying about the chin because we're going to add that little bit, but we've got plenty to add to it and do that. Okay, good. Right, where was I? Nose. Right, so we're going to make a little tube, which we're then going to fold over. Okay. So you can make the little tube by folding it up, or you could actually wrap it around here. Let me just have a little go. I don't think I thought about this as such. You don't want too much. It's not a very big nose. So if I rolled it round there to start with, take it off, roll it in my hand. The only reason I always try and wrap it around something is because I'm not very good at rolling things in my hand. I don't consider that a superpower. Right, okay, so I think that's a bit long now. So let me snip at an angle. So it's going to go in and round. Okay. If it's too much, we'll deal with it. But basically, roll up a little piece, be it in your hand, be it round a stick or the needle. So you first of all, oddly enough, put your little head there, sweetheart, is take the end and put it in to felt it with I'm just going to use the light needle, but I'm going to felt it strongly, i.e. take it in, because I'm trying to make sure this is really well in this end. Okay, properly in, not going to come out. That's what we're after. Fabulous. Right. Then we're going to fold over this side, and in the same place, exactly the same place, push this end in, felt it in. So we'll be left with basically a bobble of wool, which we will then shape. And if you think, oh, I've got too much, just keep felting those ends in till you've got the right amount of wool that you want to play with. We'll also have a look at whether we've pushed the nose in at all at this stage. Okay, so if you think, once again, there's your little nose ready to go. If you think, oh gosh, by felting that in, I've probably felted it a little bit too strongly and I need to pull it out, once again, put your needle in, it's that little African tribe, and pull it out a bit so it's still nicely out. Okay. Now I'm going to put my little hands around her little snout. So we're going to make this just by felting it down. We can go in the middle, we can go around, but we're making it oblong that way, but round. And it's still going to protrude. So put a little face upside down. And we can easily add, because on mine I've definitely got a lopsided nose, so I'll show you that in a sec. What I hope to do also in these videos is to show you, if yours doesn't look completely like the photo, or it didn't quite go to plan, that it doesn't mean, oh dear, I've got it wrong, I can't actually recover. That's just a normal part of the process, as in things don't often go to plan. I'm just going to squidge his little nose, her little nose even, while I'm doing that. Now, am I fairly happy with the shape there? Just want to make it a little bit thinner. So just felt that in there a little bit. Then I might have to pull a little nose out again. Snout, I should say. Okay. Make sure I haven't got my head in the way of the camera. Just using my bag. Okay. There you go. So I'm happy with that size. Now let's see, how far have I shoved the nose in? Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Let me just pull her. Okay. I definitely seem to be doing it a bit lopsided, this side. Definitely was a bit higher than this side. And I've got more white around the nose on the other one. Okay. I think I'll worry about the shading around the nose later. So I'm just making sure and pulled her little nose out as much as I need to. Got that nice angle down there, definitely now. Probably all that pulling around has helped. If you haven't, if yours just comes straight back, as I say, add that little chunk in there. Either get a little bit of white wool and fill it in, and fill in then over the top with that lovely light brown. Okay, so that you can then add a tiny little mouth just underneath. I'm just going to add the little black line there. Okay, make sure. It really is a tiny little mouth. I don't want it to look like it's opened up all the way around. Just making sure those bits are nicely felted in. Okay, just going to put that little bit across there because it really is the tiniest just in there. Okay, so let's get the tiniest little piece. It's almost even just a few little tiny. Okay, have a look from the front. Obviously that's too thick, which is why I should keep felting in. There we go. And I can even just pull those bits up a little bit more so that it really is the smallest of mouths just underneath there, which, you know, by the time we've finished adding and everything. So once again, still got that little down, the shirt will come up to there anyway. So we've got that little nose shape. Okay. There we go. She has a nose and her mouth. Okay, so we now need to add more shading to the face. So if we look at the picture of what we're going for and the next one, we're actually going to add shading basically up there and up there. If we look at the finished Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, you can still see that's where we started from the shading. We ended up building up a bit more around eyebrows and things like that to give you more of an effect, but we start off by doing that shading up there. Okay, so that's where we are. So once again, we are not picking out a huge chunk. We are picking out thin pieces that we're spreading because it's shading. We're not doing a real strong colour. So it goes from the nose, but we don't want to, I always allow, there we go, if you can see that, yeah, you can see where that's laid there, okay. And once again, if you just lightly almost draw the outline where you're going to go to, and I would absolutely leave a little ring below the nose that I don't touch at all with this dark brown, just to help emphasize that little nose. Okay, so then we're just going out with the shading really lightly felting that on because it's just a nice top colour. Felt around that eye. Once again, if you feel you've been a bit heavy-handed, don't worry about it because you have plenty of opportunity to just add some of the light brown over the top to tone it down. Or even if you need to, some of the core white, if you need to take it back to that to start with if you think you've gone really too far. Okay, so that's that side. Let's do the other side. Okay. I'm not sure if you can hear that radio on in the other room. I might need to go and shut the door. I can hear the smoothie maker working. Obviously not by itself. Somebody is using it. I never quite know how much is picked up by these microphones. I need to check that out. I think once we've done this little shading, I'll just go and shut that door. Just taking it round the eye so I can still see the little eyes shining through. And very, very lightly felting that on. It will no doubt be darker over one side than it is the other. Yeah, possibly a bit more over this side, but I'm not going to worry about that because there'll be lots more going on. Okay, there we go. Does it look anything like? Yeah, looks enough like the one on the picture. Excellent. Okay, so now we are into the pink. We're going to add pink to our upper body and pink to the arms, ready to attach in place. So before we do that, if you look at the picture, you can see that basically the pink, because basically I certainly have got rather a longer neck than needed, so it's actually going to come into about there. Just always like to make a line. Okay, so it's going to, on mine, it's going to come up to about there. So that's a normal, and it's going to come down. So basically the apron is going to sit over the top of this, so I don't need to be too bothered about how straight this bottom line is, but the top is going to come up here because then it's going to have all of the ruched, if we show here, we're going to have all this put on the back, but we still need to have that back bit covered. But the nice part of her bottom is going to be stripy, so we don't need to really come too far down the back because this is going to make the line. Okay, and at the front is the apron that's actually going to make the line. So let's first of all take our pink, and I'm not sure if yours is a bit more solid. Sometimes once all gets packaged into the boxes, it can condense. That's obviously we have to fit a lot in the box to get you everything for the kit. So I always like to spread mine out anyway. As I think I always fluff everything up. I'd rather have it all fluffy and have me then sculpt it and put it into the shape that I want to, because fluffy is flexible. Okay, there we go. Just pull a bit off there. So I'm just going to pull a bit off so I can create my line. So I reckon that my line's going to be there. Tack that, and then I'm going to have a look around the back. Bring that round. It's always best to, you know, tack your lines in place, check it out, because sometimes it's the things that look easiest that you make, well, there's the things that look easiest that I make mistakes with, because you think, oh, this is easy, I don't need to measure this again. And I've got a lovely story about that. I keep promising stories and then getting sidetracked. So as I'm just, let me wait until I'm actually tacking the pink properly in once we've done the line, and I shall tell you a wonderful story about, you get confident when you've done a few, you think, oh, this bit is easy, and that's the dangerous part, okay? Because if something's difficult, you will really concentrate and you will double check, you'll even ask someone else if they think it's right. And if it's something that you think, oh, I've done this loads of times before, and to me, that's when I make my mistakes, because I haven't double checked it. So for that reason, I like to tack my lines around like that. Now, let me see. Yes, now from the front, I quite like that as the top of where her, if you think about, it's going to be the top of where her little dress comes to. And it would also be where the arms are going to go on the side. So, you know, little arms would go on the side there. So you sort of think, yes. Now, if you think, oh no, I've got a huge, you know, gap between the bottom of the chin and dress. No, get it right in there under the chin so that it's up here on her. Okay. And then that's as high as I want it around the back, because once again, we're going to have the hat come down, so I don't need to, this bit is going to be filled up with firstly the brown and then the white over the top of the hat, so I don't need to go further than that. But I do want to just bring it down here a little bit, because I know my pink bit is going to be up here, but this needs to come down a little bit. And if you look at your picture, in your instructions, you will see it's still down to about there. Let me see, how thick is that? Let me get my tape measure. Oh, my little ruler. Yeah, it's between 1.5 and 2 centimeters. So, which is quite nice. If I just put that lightly there. Bring that around the front there. Quite like that. Pull that extra bit off. It's almost like a scarf, isn't it, really? But I just want to have enough of that. I might bring that a little bit more down there at the front. I know her apron's going to go there, but I don't really want to have a gap. There we go. Put that there. That's a nice, the important bit is to get it so that it's up there. So she's got the nice shape in. And then, so I don't really need to worry about the top part, because that's going to be quite well covered by the hair and hat. Just bring that to the top part of the rump. So I'm going to felt this now lightly in place. Happy that that's where that pink bit's going to go. So let me say my little story about, you know, you get confident. I ordered a kitchen when I first moved to a village in Oxfordshire, and it's a very tiny little kitchen that we had, but there was no kitchen at all, because it was one of those standalone kitchens that someone took with them. And because it was a small kitchen, I felt we could splash out a bit, and we were going to get a custom made kitchen. So off I went and found someone that I'd seen in a magazine, and I loved what they'd done, and just happened to be in Oxford. and I had him come round and I had to say, I hope my kitchen's not too small, you know, because they obviously did big farmhouses and everything, and ours was tiny. And he said, no, absolutely not. But because it was so small, he measured up by himself. He didn't get his partner to check it because it was so small, and didn't get him to come and check the measurements, didn't get him to check what he'd made. And basically he transferred centimetres into inches. So he actually built me a kitchen which was massive in comparison to what it was. So obviously when they turned up, I was a bit shocked, and also on top of it, he'd actually done the wrong doors. Bear in mind, these were all made to measure, so he had to do the whole order again. Bless him, delightful man, and couldn't apologise more, and was determined to get it right. But he said the problem was it was such a small kitchen, and they usually did kitchens, you know, which probably went into the hundreds of thousands, and this was tiny. And so, you know, it wasn't even worth two of them coming out and doing. I mean, he probably never did another little kitchen ever again, bless. But it's that same old, you know, oh, it's small, oh, this bit doesn't matter. And that bit is the bit which will end up costing you a huge amount of time because you didn't spend just that bit of extra time, which you should have done on that thing, just because it was either small or you'd done it loads of times before. You didn't think it needed that extra. Okay, let me have a little look. Make sure. Still got a little bit of the brown colour there, so I'm just going to add a little bit more there. We need to. Obviously, we're going to use this pink to make our big bustle at the back. There we go. That. Okay. I don't mind adding a bit more on the chest because she, you know, she obviously has a little chest. She's a mama. Okay. Little mama hedgehog. Now that I know that's where I want it, I can afford to just add a bit more. Make her very pink. So the back part is most definitely going to be mainly the bustle, as I call it. So I'm not going to make that any stronger, but this front bit, just want to make it a good proper pink. Still very lightly felting this, just using the very tip of the needle and the light needle. Got the blue needle still. I tend to use you know, the blue size needle for pretty much everything, other than the very first, you know, getting the core wall sorted to start with when I use the strong needle, the green one. But if you like to use the strong needle more, then you use the strong needle more. This is just my preference. It's not necessarily correct. The correct way is the way that you prefer to do it to get the results that you want. Sometimes you do what somebody else does until you find your own way. And sometimes you just, it's nice to follow what somebody else does because you don't have to think about it too much. We all enjoy a bit of that. Right, there we go. Nice little, I would say, I don't need to worry about it too much at this stage, but if you wanted to just rub a bit. You can make it less hooly and more smooth just by giving it a bit of a rub. Okay, brilliant. Oh, I need to add the pink to the arms, don't we, now? Okay, so this is nice, lovely. Lovely little arms. So once again, you know, less and then a build up. So I'm just gonna wrap that round and then felt it in, because these are still very, very soft little arms. So I'm just lightly felting, and what we will end up doing here is building up a nice outside, because we're just felting lightly onto the top with that pink. It almost like crusts up the outside. So they're still, you know, soft, as in malleable, but feel more substantial on the outside, secure even. Okay. It's uneven to start with. We will be adding little hands later. Into the ends. Just lightly. Obviously always minding your fingers. If you prefer to have a finger guard, I mean, you can just get 2 cards and put your fingers either side of the cards just to protect your fingers. There's nothing, you certainly don't need to put yourself or your hands in danger if you feel a bit worried for them. Not the SAS of needle felting. Okay. Move that around there. I shall look at it in comparison to the other one in a minute, which is always a good way to see. I mean, the thing is, she does have substantial arms, especially the part of the shoulders which joins to the body. So we don't need to worry about that part being puffed up at all. But I don't want to make the wrist part particularly puffy. So nicely and lightly felting that in. Just a little stray dark fibre in there. Okay. There's just another little white bit there, just to cover that. We're going to shape these arms in a minute, because they very slightly curl around. If you have a look at the picture of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle on your thing, she's got little, you know, creases where they curve in, so we're going to shape them in a minute. And that's another reason for keeping her nice and them quite soft, because then they're really easy to shape, put a little crease in and move to where you need to. So this is coming along nicely now. Very nicely building up. that lovely colour. Right, she's still got a little bit of white there. Also, when we add this onto her body, we'll use a bit more pink to put around there to, you know, felt it in place. So we will have opportunity then to add some more colour to the top. Okay. This is just one of those things which takes a bit of time just to get that colour. You might be thinking, why did we not make the whole arm out of pink? Because I will now answer that for you. If we did that, this pink on the arms would be quite different to the pink on the body. And bearing in mind the material on the arms, you know, it's like one layer. When we do the fluff up poof bustle at the back, that's lots of fabric, so if that ends up looking a bit darker, that's okay. Okay, just making sure I'm not, let me compare this. Okay, same length, but those wristies are just a little bit thicker than I want them. So I'm just going to do a slightly deeper felt down the end. Still only into the middle and not out the other side, because as I've said before, and if you push that up, it pushes the fluff up, then I can felt it back down into it, and that will make it slightly smaller. Push, a little bit, jumps up, pops up even. I don't think jump is a correct description. And then we've just got the ends, and that's good, which can receive the wrists. Okay, and once we put the wrists in, we will felt round the wrists again into place, so we'll neaten that all up then. Okay, brilliant. I like that. Now let's do the next one. Okay. I always think it's these bits which take the time. It's like when we had the stripes. I think I mentioned that earlier. That the first time I did that, I was surprised at how long that took. But obviously, you know, you want to get the stripes looking good. So take your time. Perhaps listen to your favourite podcast whilst you're doing it. I won't say watch your favourite TV programme, because that just ends in tears. You could listen to your favourite TV programme. I do that a lot. Either listen to podcasts or my favourite TV programme. I can listen to I often get iPlayer up and I can listen to a movie or a programme whilst I'm felting, and then I can later on, when my partner hasn't seen it, watch it with him, and it's like I'm seeing it for the first time, because obviously I haven't actually seen it. I know the story, but because I've only heard the dialogue, it looks quite different to how I'd imagined. That happened to me once when I was on a plane travelling by myself to America, so hence I had no one naturally to just chat to. So I was looking forward to the film that I was going to watch, and I can't remember what the film was, but anyway, of course, I got the seat with the TV that didn't work. So the stewardess was going to get me a mobile one, which they had in first class, I think. But this particular stewardess, bless her, I don't think she was having a good day, or it was her first day, or not quite sure what. But anyway, I said to her, you know, ages gone by, and she hadn't, so I reminded her again. And then she brought the drinks round, and we went over a bit of turbulence, and at that point the orange juice jug fell on me. So I kind of thought, do you know, I think I'll avoid that stewardess coming back to see me again. So I didn't remind her again about the portable video unit, TV unit, whatever you want to call it. And so I just watched the screen in front of me, because the screen worked, it was just the audio that didn't. So I watched the movie. I can't lip read. And I just, you know, watching what happens, just imagined what they've been saying to each other. And when I got home, I watched the movie for real. I was quite disappointed with the actual dialogue, because I thought I'd made up some quite different dialogue of what they were saying and meaning, and obviously it had a whole different, you know, storyline in my head. Oh dear, but that's one way of watching a movie twice, isn't it? Anyway. Yes. And I'm not a particularly good flyer. Not that I, you know, scream the place down, because I wouldn't do that, but I am very nervous in my head. So I'm a quiet panicker as opposed to a screaming panicker. But yeah, so I suppose, you know, having orange juice thrown over me kind of took my mind off it a bit. Yeah. So yes, you can either listen to your iPods, or you can listen to me rambling on with my little stories. Okay, let's make that just a little bit thinner. There. There's emails popping in, which no doubt you can hear. And most of it is spam. Pom pom. Right, I think that will be enough for now. I think we probably go on to the shaping stage. Really should put a little bit more in there. Didn't put as much on the end there at all. Like I say, not that I'm overly worried, because I know I add a bit more when I add it. But nevertheless, it's good to have it covered. There we go. So now we've got a nice, what I call my crusty top My nice squidgy soft inside. It's probably a bread that I could compare it to, isn't there really? Okay, so they're about the same size. Yeah, that one's just a little bit long. Put it in a little bit. There we go. Brilliant. Okay, so we are going to add our arms to the body, but as I said, we need to give them that nice little curve. That's why it's quite nice. We've got them so lovely and spongy because we can just do a little curve like that. Okay, and the easiest way, I'm sort of pushing it in, squidging, and thinking, yep, that's how it will nicely curve in. And then I just felt into that natural dent which has started by me bending it. Okay, and then felt a little bit further around in that shape. But the important part is to have those creases. Okay, number one, visually it tells you, the viewer, that they are bent arms. Okay, also means that's where we're gonna, oh, I was going to explain about my cut, wasn't I? I will do. That'll be my next story. Okay, so let me just see. Yep, I think we're okay there. Let's do one the other side. Bend her arm. Seems to go quite naturally there. A little bit there. Okay. Of course, the left-hand one will have the iron, which makes more of a difference to the hand, to be honest. The arm's still just as bent as the other one. There we go. Nice. Nice bent. And I just flatten that bit there because that's obviously going to go against the body, as with that one there. Right, so we are going to pin our arms on, and then we can see. Let me get my nice big pins this time, and we can squish them and shorten them or do anything else we need to do. They're basically on the side of the body. Oh, look at that. Flopsies, but anyway, yeah. Playing, looks like I'm playing with my doll, doesn't it? Now, looks like, now she looks like an American footballer, doesn't she, with the big pads on, because she hasn't got anything else. Should give her American football in his name. No, I won't. We'll just carry on with Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle and not get sidetracked. Okay, right. So we will. Should move her back a little bit. Let's see how much we have behind. Yeah, because we really do have our. I love our 4 little bits, don't we? Because you have the bit which comes around the arms, and then the 2 bits which go there. Yeah. Okay. Yes, indeed. So that will come to there. Felt it in, and then her little hand. Oops. And then we'll have the same. The other side. That'll come to there. With a little line. Brilliant. Okay, so start on one side first, obviously, just to lightly felt it around the edges. This is kind of my tacking in place, where I just go around the edges and then go around the edges the other side, because obviously at the moment with the pin And this is where you can push your thumb in, and then you can have a good, making sure to actually felt it onto the pink strip and not onto the head. And same thing here, felt onto that pink strip, because you don't want to bring it out wider. Okay, now double check again whether you're okay with that, whether that's far enough back. I feel it's one of those slightly higher. Well, I can change that. Yeah, that's okay. Right, I'm going to go for it now. Around the back, and I'm going to add some more wool in a minute, just to really, when you're adding something, when you're just felting, let me take that pin off because I'm going to just bend it. By just felting in here, I am obviously felting through it, and I will be taking, by felting in there, I am taking wool from this into the next. But this is wool that's already been felted even. So it's quite tangled, so it's not, masses of it isn't going to go through. By adding some loose fibres on top and felting this down and in, it's going to take it all the way through. So then it's more like you know, like a staple, or even when you put arms on teddy bears and things, you know, it takes that strand all the way through, so it grabs it a lot more, and it's a lot more substantially felted. So that is a major reason for me covering that over that and taking that through into the body below. One of the few times we don't felt just into the middle, but taking it all the way through. And then the bits which are left over, we tuck round the sides, felt them in place, so into the pink, not going wider, almost going underneath. We don't want the join to sort of be a visible part of the piece. Once again, we are going to be putting the big bustle over the top of this, so it's not drastic even if you do, but I just, okay. So now we have our little arms which are going to be there, and this particular arm is going to be holding the iron. So this is where I want to make sure this side here gets a nice little felting in the crease in there. Just to add to the security and the strength of that piece in place. It means that I can then play around with that, because we've got the crease there in the arm, and we can play around with where we want to get that to once the little hand's on there, and it curls round with the iron. So it curls round, and then we've got that bit to play with in there that we've just added. Okay, we can tidy that up when we get there at that point, because once we know exactly that's where it's going to be, and then you can add just another little piece. So the same with this side. Let's just add a little piece in there. Which just means that if we bend it out a little bit, we will not then have a huge gap. But we will have fibre that we can see and cover and do whatever we need to. Okay, we need to add a bit over the top of this one. And then I think we are joined. Looking at the pictures. Okay, add that to the top. Take it all the way through. The rest around the edge and underneath. Because what we don't want is our arms to fall off when we start posing her and showing her off. Okay. Lovely. So, lovely little. So I suspect that we'll make those wrists a bit smaller once we get those hands on, sorry. As they go in the middle and we start felting around them to make sure they're nicely on. Okay. Once all the bits are in place, if you feel that your arms are a bit thick, you can just felt them in a bit more because they're nice and squidgy, so that will enable you to do that. But at the moment, we're very happy. So now, excitingly, we're going to get on to putting the base of the Prickles in. Excellent. So let's have a listen. Base for the Prickles. So we need to create the back of the head, and we need to create it in the dark brown wool. You will not see any of this area once it's complete at all because it's going to be under the bonnet. However, later we will use the reverse needle to pull the dark wool through and create the Prickles. So firstly, take a small amount of brown wool and define the headline, okay, which is the V shape, bump, bump, round there. From the front of the forehead, around the sides, and take a good hand's length of dark brown wool and fold into a cushion and add this to the back of the head and lightly felt in place, making sure not to come to the front in front of the line. Attach firstly at the nape of the neck and up and around the front and lightly all over. Add more dark brown wool until you have a shape similar to the bonnet. Okay, so basically, yes, we're going to be adding the shape similar to the bonnet. So if you can see, that's a little face there. So we're pretty much adding all of this. Have I got... But here we go. I have to say, this is one that I had done before. Do you not think it looks a bit like Ina Sharples now? Gone from Star Wars to Ina Sharples in Coronation Street. Yes, so we're basically adding that bit on top. So we create the little shape of the line and then add the Ina Sharples. Brilliant. Okay. Dark brown. Get the dark brown. Okay, so we've got plenty of dark brown here because of that, because we need to... I mean, it's reverse... The reverse needle is a brilliant tool if you obviously just want to make the whatever you're making fluffier and you've used the same colour wall to create the piece, then you'll just, you know, it might be a polar bear or something which you've made out of the core white, and just using the reverse needle pulls it out, makes it nice and fluffy, perfect, which you can snip and make look beautiful. But an equally wonderful way of doing even fur is to actually have a different colour underneath, perhaps a darker colour on top, or even a, you know, light colour underneath, dark colour on top, and pull through that different colour, because that just then gives that mixture of fur colours. But what we are doing here is putting the dark underneath, putting the white on top, and then pulling through those dark colours and making the prickles. Okay, so let's start with our little V shape. I'm looking at the picture, little V shape on the head, yeah. So we start, don't we, out there. And then take it sort of down the side. And hopefully it's this stage where you realise why we didn't go too mad in terms of what the back of the head was going to look like, because we were always going to come in and do this anyway. So let's just get a little bit more, because this is just going to be the side. We don't want to come, you know, further forward than this. Once again, always good to create your little line, which means you can contain yourself. There we go. Right, so we need to add, so that's, first of all, we've got lots of brown wool, brilliant. Let's take off, you know, around a handful. And I'm fluffing it up because, as I've said before, I'd much rather have a fluffy piece which I then felt than I would have a crushed piece which I can do very little with other than felt it in its current state. Okay, so I'm going to start with this. Have I got a little picture of this, or have we got a picture of where, let's have a little look of what we're going to get to. Yeah, so we've got a picture of what we're going to get to. So we start with the little cushion, and I find my needle, there it is, by just felting that into the nape of the neck. Lovely. And then bring it to the top, where I will push it out to the little V. Yeah, push it out to the little V. And then we can spread it, and then we can add more to build that up. Okay, so if we can spread that, we will. Okay, bring it around there, bring it around there. Lovely. Do the same to the other side. So as I say, think Ina Sharples with her hairnet. If you don't know who Ina Sharples is, you're either from a different country or you're just too young. Okay, so I'm just going to give this a light felt all over before I add more on. Because it doesn't need to be really hard, but it does need to be felted, because I need to be able to pull it through. And I don't want to pull it through and make it weaker underneath, so it needs to be felted enough. that it can hold its own. And obviously when we add more on, we'll be felting through this even more, but just gives you a chance to get a good layer down. Now if you decide you want to use masses of this and go really all out, then still make sure you keep a piece back, because you need to mix it and you still need to add some shading and things, so don't go mad and use every last piece of your brown. You will still need some. So that's nicely sort of done where we need to go to and done the basis, and so we just need to make the bit up here. Okay, we're not bringing it out here, we're bringing it up here, because we're not building out the nape of the neck, we're building it up. Yeah. So I'm going to take another piece. So this time I'm going to put it in the centre there. To sort of give a bit of height. Just sort of imagine where the little cap's going to be, because remember she's going to have a little frill around here and a little bonnet up here. So it's still a light felt. Well, it's a strong action with a light needle. As in, I'm not taking it right into the centre of the head, but I am taking it definitely down into the top layers. Okay. Like my little cushions. I think I can hear my little cat Milo. Yesterday I had a Zoom call and he was so upset that he couldn't be involved. He didn't quite recover all evening really, but I have a feeling I might need to let him in a minute. Twice in a day just won't be. Twice in a day? Twice in a week. Because that was yesterday. Oh. I wonder if that was the cat slamming the door then for a minute. Just get this built up and we're going to see what our little Milo would like. Okay, building that up. Bless. Right. We will be putting, a layer of the white on top, but that really will be just the layer of covering, so we do need to get the shape sorted. We can start to be a bit fluffier with that shape now that we've got a good lot on there. Again, shaping that up. Definitely got the little bouffant up here now. Okay, that's quite nice. Yeah, quite pleased with that, because that is kind of a nice little bonnet shape. And as I say, we know we've got the frill which is coming around the front and the sides. Feels quite, you know, substantial enough. What do we think? What do we think? Comparison. Okay, I think she might have a little bit more height on that top bit there. Yeah, and if we look at picture, the second picture and this, yeah, she's definitely got a bit more up there, hasn't she? Yeah, okay. So let's just give a nice little roll and put that there. Give her that front bit going up. So if we need a little bit more there, just to give him that nice height bit. Oh, okay, that's Milo. I'm just going to let him in because he'll get upset if he doesn't come in. Okay, Milo's here. All right, gorgeous. Yeah, you need to stay for a while I finish up. Okay, bless him. Okay, let's just finish getting our little bouffant done. There we go. So yes, I'm looking at her in the picture. We've got that sort of, yes, there. I don't think, do we need to do it a little bit around the sides? Give her a bit of width around the side. Not so much. Because, you know, because the thing is, we've got the frill which comes here. It's just that that comes up a bit high. Yep. Okay. I'm going to just, and I'm going to save those bits for the hands, which we do little marks for the fingers and the extra bits of shading and stuff. I need to make sure I've got enough, so I'm going to put that aside so that I don't go too far, and I'm just going to finish up using this bit on here. Okay, just put this bit on here. Tidy up that little area. Because as I say, I know we don't see this, but it's like on a lot of felting pieces, you have to do a lot of work underneath in order to get the vision above. And it's like when I create my realistic animals, I do an awful lot of work on the muscle groups underneath, because I always say it's like when we wear clothes. You know, if I wear a dress and one of my friends wears exactly the same dress, we will look completely different because our bodies underneath are different. It's the same with animals. If you don't get their muscles underneath right, the layers that you put on top won't look right. Okay, let's just get that. As I say, I don't need to make that. That's quite nice then with that Ina Sharples look, isn't that? Definitely got the Ina Sharples look. Oh, actually, yes. Shall I? Where's my Ina Sharples? Oh yeah, there you go. Ina. Doing your thing. See how it's like different sort of shape to the face on my one. Definitely got a bigger chin on mine than this one, but it will still look cute with, but you slightly bigger eyes in this one as well. Can't think why that is. But we'll make her eyes look bigger in this one anyway. Yeah. There you go. They look different every time you do them. Beautiful. Okay, so I think because, as I say, we do the white bit down and do the frill, I don't think I need to do any more down the sides there. I think it's all about that height bit. I'm going to leave it there because I might suddenly decide as I'm doing another bit I want to build that bit up, and if I do, I've got these 2 extra bits to do that. Okay, I need to go and see if my little Milo, who's actually lying on the floor waiting for his belly to be rubbed, needs something to eat, and then we will come back. And what's the next piece? Adding the stripes. Right, how lovely. I love adding the stripes. So that's what we'll do. I should come back and we will add the stripes. Okay, right, I'm back. We are going to add the stripes. That's right, brilliant. Got my teal. Get your teal. Let's read the instructions. The obligatory. Have a look for veg matter. Lovely. Right, adding the stripes. So you need to decide what pattern of stripes you'd like, either thicker yellow or teal or equal both. The stripes on the underskirt then you show around the back and the sides. So start at the back, take a thin piece of the teal wool and lay it down the centre of the back of the skirt. Even it out if you need to before felting lightly down the edges of the stripe. The stripes will be thinner at the bottom and they are at the top. And once you are happy with the width, felt them from top to bottom, add the rest of the stripes all the way around the skirt in the pattern you prefer. Okay, Milo's just joined us. Lovely. Right, so just to illustrate that, so this one I've actually done quite thick stripes. Okay, and I'm going to do thinner stripes today. Number one, because they're quicker. But also so that I can show in comparison what they're like, because this one I've done even but fairly thick. So what I was saying there about felting down the edges, so when you're doing thicker pieces it's more noticeable, but you lay your strip and you felt down the edge of the strip as opposed to felting down the middle and then trying to fill it out, because basically what you're doing is defining the edge, and then just filling in the middle, and that will make it nice and neat. It's thinner at the bottom, thicker at the top for obvious reasons, bigger at the top space than down the bottom. So it's quite good to start from the middle and fan your way out, knowing that at the sides it's going to be pretty straight down is where you want to get to. But yeah, I mean, you can still see under there, so it's good to have it all the way around. And that's it. Off we go. Now, this does take longer than you think, let me tell you. Right. Let's get you into a good space. Right. So, let's take off some thin. I'd say I'm going to do this thinner than I did here. Or at least, you know, bigger, let's say bigger yellow stripes. So to start with, and I'm going to lay it more over the top and down. There we go. And down there. Okay, let's just catch that at the top. Probably pause that too much. So let's just do a thin line then, shall we? Probably trying to do it too thin, but hey, let's just do a line down and decide where we're going to go from there. Okay, Milo is lying on a piece of card, obviously. And then just slightly down the other side of it, because this is going to be quite a thin line. Probably don't need to worry quite so much about the getting thinner at the bottom, but it's more the yellow stripe in between which is going to be thinner at the bottom. In other words, the bit that I leave in between. Now I need to fill out that bottom bit a bit more. And the top of this is going to be covered by the what I call the bustle. Okay, got a little bit there. Just going to take that back up to that bit there, which is a bit thinner at the bottom, as in depth rather than width. Just thin down the line. The thing about felting down a line is it kind of drags the wool into that line, as opposed to if you are trying to, and I incidentally am doing just the tip, really am just the tip, because I do not want really big indents here. As it is, this tail will slightly spread regardless of how much I try and keep it within the bounds. It will spread across the yellow, and we will need to tidy that up once we've done it. Okay, so that's my first line down the middle, which is definitely thinner than the one on the picture. And because we've done our yellow lines going down this way, it also immediately looks a lot better than if we'd done it that way, which is, I think in the picture I did do it that way. And then we probably had to lay more over the top afterwards. So, lesson learnt. Right, let's do the second one. Okay, so this second one is going to help me define how wide those yellow ones are going to be. So I'm kind of thinking like that. So let's go for that, shall we? At the top there. So I'm just kind of establishing the yellow line to the right, the one I've just done, and then it needs to be thinner at the bottom. The yellow line, that is. pull that down. Keep that teal. So obviously, if you are making yours so that they're equal widths, I would definitely go thicker than thinner, because if you do very thin lines of equal, you're going to be here for a very long time. Sure, that's over there. Just going down the right hand side now of this line. Trying to drag all the teal into that rather than having it wander over. Okay. I always take it underneath rather than cut it. I can cut it underneath because not to be seen. Take it underneath so that you always see. You don't see the edge basically of the fabric stopping, or if you want to, you can sort that out afterwards with what you put underneath. Okay, good to go. Let's keep going with that. I quite like that. I mean, of course, you might be really flash and have, you know, a thin yellow, a big thick yellow, thin yellow, thick yellow, all that good stuff. Completely up to you how fancy you want to do this. And yeah, I mean, I say you don't want to do something because it takes a lot of time. Of course, you might want to take a lot of time. This might be the piece, this might be the bit, the whole bit of the project that you love and that you want to spend ages on. So, you know, it's wrong of me to have suggested I know what you want to spend your time on, because I really, honestly, obviously don't. And I liked doing the stripes, but I have to say the thing I like doing most of all is the face. Face is my favourite part. Face, and then within the face, the eyes. Okay, let's bring that line down there. Okay. I'm never sure who Milo thinks I'm talking to when I'm here doing this. He's happily on the floor, lying on his bit of cardboard. Okay. Lovely. Put that in underneath. Okay. I just don't want to pull it too much because I've obviously made it quite nice up top. Whilst this top bit won't be seen because it's going to be covered by the little bustle of fabric all ruched up. Okay. You still don't want to be really untidy either. Okay. Here we go. I just suddenly thought, is the microphone working? Yes, it is. Okay. Right, let's go. Get down to the bottom. Sizing that side and the line. Okay. Tidy it up on the other side. Okay. Oh, that. Now I might, when it comes down to the editing of this video, speed this bit up so that you don't sit here, number one, watching me do this. And I'm quite sure whatever pattern and sizing you've chosen to do, even if it's the same as mine, you'll be happily doing yours. When I did this myself, it took me about an hour. So, you know what, you might want to put on your favourite little podcast. And felt the rest of the skirt to that, because, you know, that's showing you, and we literally do it all the way around. So I think it makes sense. I'll still video me doing this, but I'll just speed it up, and that means you won't have missed any instructions that I might suddenly think of, so you don't have to sit through this. You can listen to your own podcast. And also means I can tend to Milo quite easily without disturbing any of you. So I will see you at the end of this, and then we'll neaten up the yellow together. We'll see at the end of the stripes, and then I will do a little thing on neatening up the yellow. Okay, so enjoy yourselves, whatever elaborate or simple or whatever pattern you choose to do. Okay, so now we have got to the end of our teal stripes. Now I ended up doing more than I always end up doing more than I think. I always think I'm going to do thin and much thicker yellow stripes, and I always end up doing rather more than I expected. So I'm not sure how yours ended up, but I did go ahead and do my tidying up in between. So just to recap, in case you haven't done that on yours, is just a case of taking the thinnest of pieces and the bits between your teal stripes may have got a little bit of the teal on them. You can tidy these up until you're blue in the face, really, but there's only so much really you need to do. So just take yourself a nice little very, very thin and just lay it on where you think either it's got a bit dirty from the teal, or perhaps is a bit thinner because having put the teal on, perhaps you've put the teal on thicker, and so you've got these very raised teal bits, and so you can just lightly tap the yellow in all the way around. Now, as I say, it's the back which is going to be the most prominent and a bit on the sides. The front not so much. So it's probably more important to get this bit looking exactly how you want it to, and then you can leave a bit of this front bit which doesn't get seen if you want to. So I have done a little bit of tidying up underneath. I've just put yellow in the middle just to give that a uniform, for no reason other than I felt like it really, because on this one I've just left it the way I did it. Okay, it's not going to be seen, it really is just the bottom, but always keep making sure that your Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle stands up, that she's not too lopsided. If she is, just felt in on the side that you want her to, or if she's squishable, just push it down that side. So you can always check she can still stand up. Oh, I've just got a little bit loose in there. Okay. And with regards to the top edge, I mean, I've just each time felted the bit in. Now, I'm not worrying about this being the neatest because we're about to put the bustle and everything on top of here, and that won't show. And round the front here, we're going to have the apron. And in fact, we will probably put a little bit more pink here to push it up a bit. You can see here, there's a little bit more pink at the front there once I've actually put the apron on. But it's always good to get the other bits on before you do that. Okay. So yeah, we should have our underskirt all done. How nice. Brilliant. Right, so now we're on to the ruffled pink dresser, or the sort of bustle area, let's say. So let's read. So we need to take pink, first of all. Oh, got it tangled with my dark brown, so let me move the rest of my teal and yellow over there. Tidy up your desk, Steph. It helps. Okay. So take 4 hand-sized pieces. So that's just hand-sized pieces like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll leave that bit over here. Okay. 4 smallish pieces. Lovely. Take 4 hand-sized pieces of wool, make 2 of them into very soft balls and the other 2 into longer pieces with which are fatter on one end. Yeah, they should be felted very lightly so they resemble cotton wool. Once you have them in position, you can make them more substantial if you want to. So okay, so we'll do that. Let me just read on to the next bit. So place the pink shapes loosely in position and then felt in place. Take one of the long pieces and place the thinner end under the arm and curve round to the shoulder, repeat on the other side, tack in position. Okay, so yes, I'm just looking at those two photographs so we can see, yep, they absolutely are the little balls. Now let me just show you in comparison to on here. So this is the finished piece. So that's where the two balls will go, and this is where the long piece goes round and underneath. So the idea is this is her ruched dress. So this is her pink dress that she's ruched up underneath and being held up by the step helps if I do it. It's been ruched up and it's been held up by the apron strings. Okay, so you might decide to do this in a different way and show it in a different way, but it doesn't have to be that uniform because, as I say, it's a ruching. But you would have a nice ruched bit under the arm and then the overall bits on there. And then you can lay some odd pieces over the top to just bring it in and make it look like it's all one piece of sort of fabric all bobbled together. Okay, so those were that was that little round bit. So when you see the bits on the picture, that's that round bit which goes under there. Okay, so let's start off with the two little balls. Okay, so let's take two pieces. Let's take my light needle. So this really is just the absolutely lightest roll up so that we've got fluff, and then just gonna tap it in the ends to make it look like a ball. I'm gonna leave it so fluffy so that when we put it into position on the back, we can adjust it, make it smaller, push it into place, and then we can lay more pink over the top, and if we wish to make it more substantial or just bring it all together, because this is just fabric all ruched up, so it's not like we're trying to imitate. I've got a little bit of colour in there, something. We're not trying to imitate, you know, a limb or something like that, which we might want to make a bit more substantial. This is, and I really am just lightly on the outside. So here's the thing, with something really this soft, if you just lightly felt the outside layer, you basically could make like a little crust. So you'd basically get it really, really soft inside. So it'd be almost like candy floss, where you've got a very, you know, thin crust on the outside and really, really soft on the inside. Okay, so that's number one. So let's just roll up number two. Once again, the lightest. And it doesn't have to be exactly the same size and exactly the same shape as the other one, because it, as I've said, it's just a ruffled piece of fabric. It's not uniform. It's just trying to give the impression of that. Pink skirt ruffled up. Just pushing those ends in so we've got a little circle there. And then doing a really light tap really on the outside to give a little bit of a crust, but not much at all, really not much at all. There you go. So there's my two little balls. Now this one has to be longer, so let's just spread it a little bit, and it's going to be fatter at one end. Okay, so I'm just going to make it a little bit thinner up there. So I am going to make sure I do this so I roll it round like that, so that I've got definitely thinner at one end and fatter at the other. And then once again, very, very lightly push that in here. Very, very lightly push that in. And, you know, once again, the kind of little light crust, as it were, which just makes it a little bit more manageable. Very, very light. Because we're going to squish this into place where we want it. As soon as we put it on the body. There we go. So, yep, I think the one in the photo is probably a bit slimmer than that, but when we get it into position, if I need it to be longer, we can squish it some more, but we've got that basic shape, yeah? So let's spread that one. And once again, kind of do the go round. So it makes kind of a cone, really. And then just very, very lightly fill that into place. It's a little dark hair from somewhere else. Tap it round. I'm not going to do much more than that because, as I say, we can add more. When we add these in, I will bring the pink back in a minute. Okay, so in comparison to that, it's a bit smaller, but that's fine. Okay, so that's what I've got, which is close enough to those ones in there because we can now push it around and do whatever we need to do. Okay, on our little Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, there she is. So just to remind myself, let's bring the pink over. So this is the pink I've got left. Now, as I said, I will at the end probably want to put a little bit more fluffed up there. So I'm going to take at least that amount off and put it over here so that I don't go mad, just in case. Because you never know. Right. Place the 2 pink balls on the back above the waistline. Assess how it looks, and once you're happy, felt in place, add the extra. Oh no! First of all, sorry, I've got carried away. Place the pink shapes loosely in position, and then take the long one first. Take the long piece. Place the thinner end under the arm, and curve it round. Yes. So, okay. So what we're doing here is we're kind of. Let me just put a little pin in. So firstly, once it's under the arm and out the other side, you're not going to see it. And this is just going to be up here. Just going to lightly pin that. So do you see how I've just done that round? And if I can show you on Mrs. T. So it's up and round there. Now once we've added the balls on the back, this probably gets felted down to much smaller, but to start with we just put it on nice and fluffy in position so we can fit everything in place. Okay, so that's there. I'll just lightly tack that end down and lightly tack that end in there, even though I've got the pin there. Just helps with the little stitch. So I've literally just got it in there. Okay, other side. Take my other little poof, put it under the armpit, and if I need to stretch it, I'll stretch it round. And I'm just gonna do a really light tack under the arm. And up to the top of the shoulder there. I'm not going to tack it anywhere else because I'm probably going to squish it. Oops, squish it all over the place. Which is why we've got our kind of candy floss, as I call it. Cotton wool candy floss, whatever you want to call it. Right, now, so the other two are going to go on the back like that. Okay, so if you can see, once again, our little lady here, she's got her two big balls, two big fluffs there, and then these two go around the side. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm going to tack it into the very top of the where the underskirt joins, because then we can play around with how much we want to fill up. Once again, you can see we need to be able to put, why do I keep moving it over there? I don't know why. I'm convinced the camera's over there for some reason. Okay, we need to put our little bow in here. Okay, so there is still a little bit of space in the back where that bow goes. So that's in here, even in here. Oh, right, I almost need to put something in the way of myself there so that I don't go back over there. Actually, I think it's because I've got the camera further over. Okay, let me do a little jiggery pokery here. Excuse me, guys, while I do this. Right. Is that a bit better? Am I more likely? That's there. Yeah. I think I'm more likely to keep that in focus now. Yeah, because that's there. Okay. I'm more likely to show you where you can see it. Right. So I need to leave a little band at the top there. So take my little and just felt that. I'm sort of almost felting it underneath. Okay. Now, let's felt down the sides here of where this will come round. I felt that in the top there, at the top of the just coming down the side there. Yeah. Okay, and then the other side, let's just make sure I felt down the side into the top. Okay. Okay. I'll just keep that fluffy there. There we go. Now have a look and decide just overall whether that gives you the kind of bustly look, whether you want to, bring this down a bit more down the back, because we've sort of tacked it on to the top of the. But do we want to have a little more of an overhang? There's pictures up. We'll be able to put a little bit of fluff over the top to make these joins not quite so prominent in a minute. And I can just see a little bit of vegetable matter there to just help me fluff it up a little bit more. Okay, so, you know, just squish it down and decide how much of a bustle, how much of a squidginess that you want and don't want. But for me, that's not bad. Have we got any more? Yeah, so looking at the picture there, I think possibly in the picture the side bit here is a bit less prominent, but I'm going to leave that for now, because once you put the apron and things on, sometimes you sort of go, oh yes, no, that's too much, and get rid of it, or you go, oh no, I quite like that this time. Different every time. Different every time. Okay, there we go. So that's enough to be going on with. I'm just going to see, so I brought her bustle just a little bit further down on that one. Now let's just put a little bit of uniforming or unifying, I don't even got the right word, just so it covers over those joins in the sense that it doesn't look like two separate pieces of wool added like I have. It just looks like it's one piece. Obviously we still have that little dip there. But we try to make it look a bit more organic rather than popped it here type thing. And same with that piece over there. Dark bit of fluff there, but I don't really want. And once again, this is completely up to you if you follow my lead in this, or whether you go a little bit wild. I shouldn't say wild, should I? Off plan. Off piste if you're a skier, but off plan. And do your own thing. I've actually got a picture of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle that you're trying to follow. You want to make it slightly different, then go ahead, go for it. And I'll take the pins out now, don't leave those in. Just do the same over this side. Just lay a really light piece of wool there. Bringing it all together. Okay, the last little bit I think. Because once it's all together, you will do another review of the whole piece and decide whether you want to, add any more bits to here or any of the other areas. And you'll be able to see it as a whole then, rather than try and make, big decisions now before you've even got the rest of it on there. Okay, just adding really, really lightly. Really not making much of a difference to the shape purposefully. you know, if the balls that you've added are absolutely huge and you don't want them to be huge, then by all means, you know, felt them in a bit more, and don't be quite so delicate. But still, I think with the light needle is best, because you can do it slower. You can, you know, felt a bit of it in. Have another look. Dip in there. There we go. Trying to see if you can see what I'm doing here. Okay, so it looks a bit more, you know, like it was put on as one piece. And I've still got the gap there, but putting my little bow in. And bear in mind, we'll have the hat down there as well. And yeah, so we might want to make more of that or not. I quite like that, the way that it is at the moment. So we will see once we've got the rest of it on. Lovely. Okay, so we're now on to making the apron and the ties. So you have your large piece of felt, and the reason you've got such a long piece is because you need the length for the ties that we're going to do for the bow out the back. But we want this corner here for putting our little template on and cutting out the apron. Now, let's read the instructions. Use the apron template as a guide. Right, yes. So if you've got basically the same shape as me, then the apron template will fit enough, because the felt will stretch, okay? So if Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle is taller or wider, you may need to adjust the measurements, but the shape is the same and the felt will stretch. Your felt will be stretchier in one direction than it is the other. Yeah, okay. In fact, this is stretchier in that direction. So this piece I would do that way as opposed to that way. But as I say, I know I need to do the ties, so I'm going to keep it nice and as tight to this side as I possibly would. But do that stretchier widthways. All right. You can practice on a piece of paper if you want to. So if you're worried that you're going to cut this out and it's going to be the wrong size, do it on a piece of paper and then put your piece of paper up to check that it all fits. And then you cut out the shape and snip down the 2 dance layer, thin layer of white. Yeah, okay. So I have used the template itself and cut out my piece, okay? And as it is, because I mean, I suppose I'll just say, I use usually a ballpoint pen, and I go around and I dot, okay? And here I've done the colours just to show you, but I would just do a dot at the top and a dot at the bottom, dot at the top and dot at the bottom, and then snip down, okay? But I don't need to show you how to cut out felt, do I? So use the template, or do the template, cut the template out and actually put that template up against just to check that it's okay, and even cut out another piece of paper if you're worried. But the thing is, the felt will stretch. So even if you mean to make it a bit longer or a bit wider, felt will stretch. So if I put that piece that I've cut out, the template, and then lay it on my Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle with the, you know, the bottom at the bottom. So we're going to have a little tie here. I mean, basically, it will look like this, just not this white. I've used very white as my sample just to show you. So we will actually do these little tucks and we'll put it on a little band. So it will have its little band, but it'll be pulled in. It'll be pulled in like this. pulled in like this, and then you'll have your little band to go under the arms, as it were. Okay, now if you're worried because this is a little bit long, or don't, because it will all stretch, and the worst comes to the worst, you can snip a little bit off the bottom if you need to. Now, as you can see on this one, I've not only done the darts, but I've also stretched where the little feet are going to come out. Because you see the little footsies are going to come out, okay? And so I stretch that bottom bit so I can push a bit in and make it look a little bit more flowy when she's done. Okay, brilliant. Tell you what I think. I think it's because I've got it over there rather than there. There you go. Don't know what the matter is with me today. Just keep putting everything over there rather than there. I think oddly enough, if the picture's actually there in front of me, I'm going to bring it here. Who knows what the brain tells the hand to do. So, as I say, it can be pulled longer, it can be stretched. So if that's close enough, go with that. Everything is adaptable. Okay. What was our next bit? So layer thin layer of white wool over the top of the apron, lightly felt. Yes. So because we are going to be adding the white wool to the bonnet up here, we want to make sure that the apron and the bonnet very much match, and also to give this little apron the look of felted wool rather than a piece of felt. Let's take our piece of white that we've got left and just take, not sure, which is probably more than we need, to be honest. Yes, it's a lot more than we need. And we're going to just stretch it out, take any vegetable matter out. There we go. I feel like I'm a bit all over the place today with regards to where everything is, and don't know, one of those days. One of those days. Move that. That's a little bits here. You can leave them in if you want to. Okay, so I'm just trying to make it as sort of evenish as possible. Get my light needle. Okay, we see that? Yeah. And just very, very lightly. I'm going to put a bit more light on here actually. I hope that's okay. Yeah, there we go, a bit more light. It's a very bright day outside, but I always have the blinds down so that it's diffused light, but by the time it gets in, I think I diffuse it so much you wouldn't know it was a nice day outside. Okay. Right, so I'm not worrying about where I've cut my little slits, because we will just cut them again once we've done a little bit of felting. So very, very lightly, the lightest of touches at an angle so that I'm not going into the pad or even my little piece of felt underneath. I'm trying my very best to just lightly felt into the actual felt. So I'm doing it at an angle. I'm pleased to say that the wool isn't that dissimilar in its colour to the felt, so it's not going to be too difficult to just give the look that I want. There we go. This is where you most definitely need the lightest touch. Because if you ended up thinking you've put too much on and it's a bit thick, you can always use an iron, or in my case, the hair straighteners, to make it thinner. What am I doing now? Oh, I see. So I'm just trying to see where I am in terms of, yeah, okay, playing around. Sorry guys, playing around my cameras. Okay. Tippity tap. Nice. Let's have a look from this way. And go back up. I like to lay mine top to bottom, bottom to top, rather than sideways. I just like the look of it that way with regards to the fibres. But if you prefer it the other way, then just go with your thoughts on it. Okay. It's one of those things that you think shouldn't take you very long, but it does. Right, let's just lift that up off the mat so we can see the other side. Okay, nice. I'm going to just turn these bits over, but I'm going to pull a bit of it off because I don't want the full amount. I don't need a big thick apron, but I just want to make the edges a little bit better. So I'm just folding that over. And edging that. Not sure why I'm worried about that colour on the other side, but there you go. It's force of habit. Okay, just lightly doing that into there, and I'll check the other side. Also the top. I mean, the top bit actually, we are going to have a little band on there. Where did my little sample go? So it's going to be over a band anyway, so I'm just going to leave those bits at the top. So this is the point at which I would get my, which you would if you turned it on, I'll show you. I would get my hair straighteners, just to, because can you see it's a little bit too fluffy. Okay, and I'm going to do a little snip around the edge. Oh, right way, Steph. Of the loose bits. I'm not touching the felt underneath. I will snip those bits off. Not touching the felt underneath, just snipping even. Told you it was one of those days. I can snip those fibres. Lovely. I can seem to have got a little bit of my pen on that. Just snip that bit off. Lovely. Lovely. Right. Here's my hair straighteners, just to make that. Don't do much to it. because I don't want to flatten it to within an inch of its life. Let's turn that upside down. I don't want to flatten it to within an inch of its life. I just want to make it less fluffy. And after that, if it's still a bit fluffy, I can always do a bit more work on it. Okay. There we go. So let's just recheck our line that we made down there for our little darts. There we go. Got a piece there. Should be with our nice little light layer of the white that we're using for the bonnet, etc. Put that over there. Okay, let's read the next set. Okay, so the end of this piece is to ease out the bottom part of the apron where the feet are going to go. So this is just about giving ourselves a little pull, which is just a little stretch, which just makes that a little bit, you can see how it is a bit wavier now, rather than a complete flat piece of felt. Okay, and I usually do a little bit down the sides as well, just to give that look of a worn apron rather than, you know, a solid piece of felt. Okay, lovely. So we can see my sort of wibbly wobbly line and everything there, which is brilliant. Okay, so now we're going to make the darts. So we've got our little lines to make our darts to create the curve. So as we say, it means that we then get that slight little curve in the apron rather than we've got this tight piece of felt that we're going to now try and put around our lovely little rounded Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. So it will just give us that nice little shapeliness to it. Okay, so to create the curve there, overlap the central piece over the two darts to the left and right. Felt in place to create the darts in the top of the apron. Then we need to cut the thin waistband 1/2 centimetre, just wide beyond. Okay, so let's have a little look at that before we get going. Okay. So I would do that on the other end of this. If you've cut your piece out there, do it on the other end, because we've got to leave this bit for your ties. So I'll wait till we've done our little dart, because obviously it's going to be smaller and we need to just make sure it's a little bit bigger like this. So it's just a little bit bigger, because we just need to have the illusion of it going around the side. Okay, we'll do that in a minute then, once we've actually got our side. So basically there's two ways we can do this. We can either move that in and put that over the top, okay, so that you have the centre over and the centre over there, or we can bring the sides in on both sides. Okay, so on this one I've done it where I've kept this the same and done the central flap over there too, but it doesn't actually matter whichever way you do it. So as this time I've done it that way round with the central flap. How did I do it on here? Yeah, I did it with the central flap big on there. I'll do it the other way round so you can actually just see what the other one looks like. Okay, so that's what it looks like with the central flap and the either side underneath. So this time I will do it with that coming in. Now you're going to ask me, how far does you put it in? Well, this is just made up, because it's certainly not dressmaking, is it? Oh, about 1/2 centimetre. So the overlap is about 1/2 centimetre. Okay, so, and I'm going to just take my needle and literally just felt that on the top. Make sure that the top edges match. I just felt that. Okay, I'm going to do the same with the other side. Just felt that over there. Keep the top edging matching, and then we'll turn it over and go underneath and back, but it's just good to go this way first. Very, very lightly. Really am just using that top part of the needle. So you've done some dressmaking, won't you, at the end of this? Okay. There we go. Turn over, and then we can just do a little bit of felting back again. We're going to put the band on the top, which will help substantiate this, because we'll add a little bit of wool while we're doing that. I don't want to add too much here now, because I know I'm going to add that in a minute. Okay, so I've just come through a little bit with those bits, so back we go. Okay, let's get rid of this. I've still got that little dark bit there, which clearly offends me. Okay, so as you can see, where I've done the outsides in, you've got that distinct shape like that, whereas where I've done the outsides underneath, you've got the just straight bump bump in the middle, straight panel bits underneath. This one actually has the angle, so whichever one you know looks nice for you, do that. There's no right nor wrong. But you see, once again here, we now already have a nice little curve. We have a nice little rim for our little Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's body. Right, so now we want to make that a little length, which just comes out a bit longer. Okay, so let's make it possibly a little bit longer than we need to start with. So I'm going to make mine 2 out that way to 10. I'm going to make mine 10 centimetres. So just snip it there. So I've got the mark. Okay. Bearing in mind, once again, if you've cut the piece out there, do this piece this side so you leave this piece nice and long. Okay, now it needs to be 1/2 centimetre, which is not a lot. I need a bigger pair of scissors. I said that as if there was some sort of assistant which was going to help me, didn't I? Which is absolutely not the case. I'm looking over there. I'm not sure if these are going to be good enough. Let me just go see. I've got a better pair of scissors over there. Yes, I found a better pair of scissors. I did actually find an even bigger pair of scissors, but I think that might be going a bit too far. So I'm going to pop those out of the way and use this pair, which are far more sensible for the job in hand. Okay, so I'm going as far as there, which is my 10 centimetre notch. And I'm just going to do... Does not have to be perfect because it's actually going to be sitting underneath. So close enough for jazz. Along to there. There we go. Snip. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. There we go. A nice little piece there. Okay, so I can now felt my okay, Steph, where did you put your needle? There. Notice how I lose my needles. I must say, I think Joe and I had a bit of a joke one time about the needle minders for embroidery, which Joe sells, and I clearly need them. for my needle felting needles because I'm constantly losing them. In fact, I do have a tray, a pin tray, which is magnetized, and I should really use that, shouldn't I? I should keep that there and just go, well, that doesn't help at all, Steph. Oh no, it does, because it's in the center. It's the center, not the actual rim, which is magnetized. Okay, perhaps not such a good idea. Start again. Right, anyway, there's my little needle. Okay, right, so don't get ahead of yourself, Steph. Cut the waistband so it extends beyond the apron. Place the apron. Oh no, we're going to do it right. Place the top of the apron over the band front in place. Yeah, cut it so it only just extends beyond, and then place it. Okay, that's fine as well. Okay. It's decided to. My laptop has decided to go off with its pictures, but we'll sort that out in a minute. Because I think we know what this looks like. Okay, so I am laying this over the top and just felting it onto that band. So I'm doing one side first because obviously up to the little dart is nice and straight, which is lovely. Then I can bend my little skirt, apron stuff. Don't get ideas above your station. There we go. And then bend that final bit on. And once again, we can get a little piece of fluff to put over this, just to really light piece, just to make sure it's helped on its way. And of course, it doesn't matter if you do get a slight darkened piece of fibre from somewhere else, because I'm quite sure Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle has had a busy day and may have got a little bit of something on her apron, but I'm quite sure she'll wear a clean one tomorrow. Okay, and I'm just going to put a little bit of fluff onto the little tie that comes out the side, just so that it's not such a stark. Because it's a very slightly different colour to the wall. In my case, yours might be perfect, so you won't need to worry about it. Okay, right, I'm just going to lift that a minute. Turn that over and felt back the other way. And then we'll go back over the other way and make sure it's nice and neat. And to this side, I don't mind adding a little bit more wool because you won't see this side and it might just give an extra bit of strength to it. And it will come through the other side and we will see it and we will need to felt it back in. It's just nice to have this bit nice and secure so that you know your little apron, once you've popped it onto Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, is going nowhere. Okay. Actually, come to think of it, I could have just said to you, that's what it looks like that side, and that's what it looks like that side in terms of the, yeah. There you go. Anyway. You decide how you want yours to look. Could just snip these bits off if I wanted to, but I just quite like the idea of popping them back through. I think it just makes it just a little bit stronger on that little band. Okay, now with my bigger pair of scissors, let's just snip these little flyaway edges. Give it to your little ones, Steph. These are my favourites, my little embroidery. I know they're curved. It's when I make teddy bears I like to snip the fur in that particular way. Anyway, I digress onto a completely different conversation. Okay. I've got a little teddy bear I need to finish as well. You see, the moment I talk teddy bears, that's it. Off on another. There we go. There we go. So you see how we now have a nice little waistband. We've got that sort of rounded area here for the roundedness of the apron. We've got slight flaring at the bottom where we eased this bit out. So it kind of resembles fabric now rather than just a solid piece of felt ready to place on Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Right, so before we place her onto this apron onto Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, we are just going to snip these so they really are just out the edge there. Now, move the extra fluff off there. This is where I become a magnet to every bit of fluff which is on my desk. Right, now let's move Mrs. T in here. Now, if you get your little apron so that it's just there at that top part, but the idea is it's just going to go into there, okay, into our little crease. And what we will do is add a bit of pink over the top to cover it. But basically, let's get it so that it's going in there. Why don't we pin that down there? And pin that down there. Okay. Oh, Steph, that's on the wrong way round. Okay, start again, turn it over, put it the right way round so that you've got the band on the back. Wow. See, I told you it's definitely one of those days, isn't it? One of those days. Which is fine. I mean, if that's the worst thing that happens, we're doing okay. I don't know if it's biorhythms or whether it's just, we just call it a Steph day. People call things like duvet days. I call things Steph days. Right, so let's have a little look at our Mrs. T and decide exactly where we want her apron. Now, do we want that a bit higher? Do we like that nicely? And then, as I said, I could make that so she's got a little bit more at the top there. So look at your little pictures of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Look at the picture on the front of the box. And then we will also look here. Mrs. T. So yes, I mean, she's got a nice high height to her to obviously cover her up. Yeah. So we like that. So I'm going to start just by lightly tacking that in on the edge there, very, very lightly, because it's the, I'm just going to tack it where the band is, where the waistband is, because that, you know, when you wear something and you tie it up, that's the part that's going to be attached to your body, as it were. The rest of it will be doing its thing. We will put little tack stitches. I say stitches, I mean tack with the needle down the side to give the look we want later. Right, now this is where we put the added bit. Yeah, so this is where our little tie needs to go in, and we will add, if we need to, might be able to just pull that over it, because that's where essentially it's going up and then it's going to tie. Yeah, so do the same with this side. Just move it into that crease. Almost bent my needle then, careful stuff. I'm using the light needle if it wasn't my blue needle, if that's not obvious. Okay, take my little pin out. Take my little pin out. There she is in all her glory. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I think I've got it slightly lopsided, so there you go. Just make that little adjustment there. Cute. So, and she stands up nicely. And there she is with her little apron, just tucked into there. Just tucked into there. Fabulous. Okay, so we're now going to make our beautiful little bow. Boom, 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 there. Okay, and we need to cut our 2 pieces from here. Okay, so we are going to cut. Okay, cut it 0.75 centimeters wide. Bump. A wide piece. The length of the felt, and the length of the felt should be 24 centimeters, and stretch it to about 30. If you prefer, you can cut 2 smaller pieces and felt them together. Tie a bow with long tails, just check the size looks good on Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, and then put it aside. Right, okay, so we're doing one piece, sorry, we're doing one piece, which is 24 centimeters long. Now, if for some reason you've cut your piece and you don't have a 24 centimeters length, you can do 2 smaller pieces and just join it in the middle. Okay, but we have our long piece. We should have our long piece. So 0.75. Let's get my little boom, boom. It's there. Ooh, that was a bit darker than I imagined. Anyway, we'll get around that when we get to that bit. There we go. Right. Should we do it halfway through just so that we've got a bit of an idea? Perhaps we'll do this not quite so forcefully stuff. Yeah, there you go. I suppose what we could do is put it over, and that would make it easier, wouldn't it? And then I can cut just one big thing. Yeah. Would make it a lot easier stuff. Thanks. Okay. Once again, does not have to be exact. It's going to be a bow. It's not going to be a stitched line of fabric that Esme is going to look at on the sewing bee. If you don't understand that reference, I apologise. The Great British Sewing Bee. Okay, there you go. There we go. And I'm going to just snip off that black bit because I don't want that, because that will show. Show. Okay. There we go. So we now need to stretch this. Okay, so we just want to stretch it to a little bit longer because this is about 24. Yeah. And we want to stretch it to 30. So we're just going to do a little bit of a pull, 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 pull. Depends which whether you've got weave or weft or whichever stretchiness you've got in the way that you're doing it. So how much of it you're going to need to do. I was like, that was a pulling, but just do it gradually, stretch it. It also makes it, in my mind, look less like a piece of felt and more like a piece of fabric. Okay, let's see how well we've done here. Nope, still need to go more. Okay, we've obviously got the difficult stretching way, which is fine. If you've got the easy way, you'd have done this in no time at all. Okay, how far are we now? Oh, 1 more centimetre to go. Might do it this time, never know. Let's say, you might think, Steph, why did you not just felt 2 pieces together or get a longer piece of felt? Because I think that stretched felt looks more like fabric. And I might be just, you know, fooling myself, but hey, how much more? Oh yeah, I'm there. Lovely. So that's 30 centimetres. So now you need to just basically tie a bow. 2 over, under. Now I can't remember if there's a special way of doing it. I'm sure there is a special way of tying a bow. Anyway, I'm just going to do it that way for now. If you know a special way of tying a bow, I'm sure one of you will. And you'll be able to tell us all how to do this. Beautiful every time. But I'm just going to do it like this for now. Look at that, the dark bit. You see, isn't that just Murphy's Law? I'll turn it over the other way when I put it in, that the dark bit is there right on top. Is it that way? Is it that way? There we go. There we go. Pull that bit tighter. Put a little bow. Right, now, this little bow will go in here like that. And will, you know, have its little tails come out. So if you're happy with how that looks, also you might suddenly think, oh, actually, yeah, I do want to move that down a little bit so that I can see my bow a bit more. I mean, let's have a little look at the one we've done here. Yeah, see, I created a bit more of a place for that to actually go down. So you may well want to push that down. Notice how I've got uneven tails. I might need to adjust that, mightn't I? So that you can think, yeah, so that that can squidge in there and have a little tie. Okay. Yeah, I probably need to make that even, don't I? Okay. Someone probably needs to show me how to do this so that I do them even. Started off even. Okay, there. Through there. Oh, sticking my tongue out, I must be concentrating. Control your tongue, young lady. Okay. See, it's longer again on that side. Okay. I think what I might do is just leave one of the bows longer. Than the other. There you go. Make that a bit longer so that can flap over and leave a neater bow. There we go. What do we think of that? Oh yeah, I prefer that actually. I prefer that with longer ties and yes, longer ties and smaller little bows, and then I can push that further. So push that down a bit. There you go, you see. Now I can see why I want those down a little bit more there. Lovely. Cool. Now we're going to put that aside because we're about to do the bonnet and we don't want our little bow to get ruined while we do that. Okay, right, so we are on the white bonnet. Lovely. So we are going to create our white bonnet. So we're going to grab the 5th section that we took off right at the very start and bring that back. Okay, now we need to create the white bonnet over the dark brown, ready to add the frill. Using the 5th section of white wool you put aside, completely cover the head and felt all over. Right, so here we go. So we are gonna cover. So easy enough, and we need to make sure we don't see the brown through it because we're going to pull that through with our reverse needle. But we need to do this lightly because we don't want to take the wool all the way into the centre. We just want to felt it into the top of the brown. Okay, so as with always, let's just pop a layer on and see where we are. I like this bit. I like all of it, to be honest, but it's once you start piecing bits together towards the end and you can really see how your little piece is going to look, I think it gets quite exciting. You get to the point where you just want to finish it because you want to see what she's going to look like, or do all those final, I mean, I have to say, the final bits when even when it's done and I sort of change eyebrows and all sorts of things, I take a lot of time faffing about, I think we call it. That's the technical term. Okay, let's just get a little layer on here. And around there. Well, we'll have our lovely little frill, which we will need to use our needle and thread for. Don't need to be an expert sewer, don't worry. It's just so that we can concertina the fabric, the felt, and keep it in place. And that is all. Once again, I don't think we will be having Esme here to, well, mind you, Esme does like a bow, doesn't she? Perhaps she would like Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Okay. So just lightly felting these into, so really just those top notches going in, because I'm not changing the shape. I'm not worried at the moment about the finish. I will do once we've got the cover on and we're happy. Oh, that's a little bit of vegetable matter. Once we've got the cover on, the amount of white that we're happy is covering the brown, then we will worry about how beautiful the finish looks. Remember, This is that 5th piece, but I still have that little bit I took off at the very start, as in, just in case I need a bit later. That's always over there. It's one of these things, isn't it? Whatever I do, I always pull a bit off and put it over. So there's always a bit left. Always have a bit left of something. I must be eternally scared of running out of wool or something. Yeah. Nice. A little bonnet. So nice and lightly. This is, I do start talking to my creations. Oh, I'm right over there. Look, why am I right over there? I do start talking to my creations at this point. Asking how they are, whether they mind me. The crazy lady who talks to her wall sculptures. Okay. Lovely. And a bit over the top there. Looking good. I look forward to doing the frill, actually, the frill part. What is my most? Look at her, bless. Looks like she's got a little turban on now. Could turn her into Carmen Miranda, couldn't you? Put a big flower in her hair. I'm sure Beatrix Potter wouldn't want that. So I'm just gonna very lightly felting everything in. Now let's have a little look. I've still got some darker areas, so I'm going to take smaller pieces and just start filling in those darker areas where I can basically still see the brown a little bit through. I mean, it doesn't have to be completely and utterly solidly white, because we will be pulling through the prickles, but it'd be nice to get a good go at that. So that it doesn't look like she's got a dirty bonnet. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle wouldn't have a dirty bonnet. Okay. Okay, let's have a little look. Have a little look. Got a little piece in there. So we've got a little flyaway. Doesn't look too bad actually in terms of overall coverage. Now, if anybody thinks, why don't we just put a big piece of felt over her head to make the bonnet? Well, if you can do that neatly, let me know, because I certainly couldn't manage it. For me, the only way to do it easily and neatly was this way. I suppose I could have looked up a Victorian bonnet pattern, but then, you know, it's we're not a sewing group, are we? It's not a sewing kit. I know we've got to use the little needle and thread for the frill, but the rest of it, we try to needle felt as much as possible. True to its name, as it were. Right, let's have a little look in a minute. Overall look, see where we need some. Just doing very, very, very light tapping now to try and neaten up the look. Really, really light, which is why I can go fairly fast, because it's just barely touching. And I might have to add some more in a minute, because when I'm doing this, this is when I think, oh, I think I can still see some areas that need a little bit of extra. But it really is just a little bit of extra that they need to darken up those areas. Got my head bobbing up and down there, checking I've got myself in the camera view. It's worth spending a bit of time just getting this bonnet looking good, because, you know, the prickles are an important point of our hedgehog. I think they're a lovely feature to have those little prickles coming out. It's the first thing people will touch, probably. Feel if they're prickly or not. Of course, they will be slightly, because you can have put a little bit of glue on the end of them. There we go. Turban, Carmen Miranda, all those things come into my mind. That look a little bit darker there. Does a little bit. Lightly add. Give that a little crispy top. I suppose it's like, you know, the crispy top, come to think of it, it's like when you cook a meringue, isn't it? And you get that crispy little shell inside. It's lovely and soft. Yeah, and still a little bit there. You see what I mean about I can go on and on. Please don't feel the need to flap about as much as I do. Feel free to zoom ahead. Okay, let's just put that a little bit there. I always love the reverse needle and its ability to pull through colours. It's a little bit of magic, because it's the complete opposite of what we do as needle felters, which is condensing and felting, and the reverse needle pulling it out. I'm not sure whether reverse needles are used in production, i.e., these needles come from the machines that make flat felt for like the car industry, etc. They are the actual needles out of the machine. It's why they've got little hooks on the top. But I wonder what they would use a reverse needle for in that industry. I suppose if it's got 2 layers of felt and it wants to bring a colour from a layer underneath, I don't know. If you know, put your information below. Always interested to know that. Those machines are amazing. I've only ever seen them on the internet. I've not seen them in real life, but even so. I think I'm there in terms of coverage. And with regards to neatening up, I mean, it's fairly neat. And I can possibly do any more sort of neatening up in my own time. But I tend to just go and do a really little light all over. And then, just rubbing your hand over the top of her head will just smooth it in place too, and give quite a nice little smooth effect. And then I look at her afterwards and decide whether there's any extra little, whether there are any imperfections which show up that I need to just pop down. But I can do that at any stage. So once we've started pulling the bits through anyway, we won't mind quite so much. There you go. Bless her. So now we get to the exciting part for me, which is the frill. So the bonnet frill. So we need to cut a piece of felt, which is actually going to start off at 1.5 centimetres wide, and the full length of the 24 centimetres piece, and then stretch it out again to between 28 and 30 centimetres. It's not actually important how long, because it's going to be concertinaed up anyway. And then felt a thin layer of white wool onto both sides. Okay, so like we did on our apron, we need to just put a light covering on both sides of the frill, because obviously both sides will be seen. Okay, where are we? And then fold it in a concertina style in 1 centimetre widths on a pin. Okay, so that will be pretty much like that is how we need to do that. So to start off with, obviously measure the 1.5 centimetres wide, cut the full length piece, which will be that. Stretch it like we did last time. So we've got what have I got here? I've got about 28. So I've got the minimum amount here. Okay, so you'll be able to see mine with the minimum. I'm not sure what we've got on the, but you know, I can even stretch it out a bit more if I wanted to. So let's put that piece away. So now I need to felt a little bit of the core wall onto it, just so that we've got a light covering of this colour, and also so it's going to look, so basically the frill will look a similar kind of texture to the bonnet itself rather than a completely different type of fabric. Okay, so very light smidging all along, and once again, you know, we can use our iron, our straighteners, whichever you want to use, to make it even flatter, less frizzy. Or you can just rub it between your hands. Actually, that's another way of just, you know, rubbing it. Just do the basic covering to start with. So I really don't need to do this so that it's completely even all over. The colour's not that dissimilar, it's more about the texture and everything. It depends whether that felt that you have in your kit is, because you know, batches, etc., they all come out differently. And I can't guarantee that you will have exactly the same tone on your felt, etc., that I have, and yours might even be, you know, easier to stretch than mine, because I have a feeling I got myself something not very helpful when I got these bits sorted out. So I think you'll have an easier time of it, which is a good thing. Should really be doing this at an angle like that, but I think it's such a small piece, and that I will probably put through the hair straighteners. To sort out any inconsistencies. I just yeah, I mean, I just like to have, especially if you know, the head's really quite fluffy, I just like to have that when you very first look at it. It feels like the same texture. I might be being over fussy. Might be, you say. Well, just go back over. Yeah. Yep. Let me just use a little bit of a, turn my little hair straighteners on, because I don't want to spend ages doing this bit. Just perfection is not required on this part. Okay, let's cut some loose ends off. And then we will use the hair straighteners, curlingtons? No, hair straighteners, iron, whatever you want to just flatten out the fluff. Really don't do it very, very hard. I don't really want to flatten the felt so much as just flatten the flyaway bits into the felt. Okay, turn the little bits, the extras over there. See, I think that looks pretty good once I've taken off those flyaways. Just got a little bit of loose bit there for my little machines heated up. Because as you can see, I don't need hair straighteners. I don't use them for anything other than my needle felting. Okay, just give it a little press. Neaten up those edges again. And I think that's good enough to start getting our little concertina going. Okay, great. Okay, so we want 1 centimetre. Down. Okay, 1 centimetre. Have I thrown my ruler away again? Is it 1 centimetre? Let's read where we are. The frill. Bum, bum. Fold it in concertinas about 1 centimetre widths onto a pin. Okay, so it's quite good to know what 1 centimetre is. Put a little mark and a pencil on there. Right. Get a pin, because I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna get my computer working properly. Okay, right, computer up and running so I can see the pictures. Okay, so we need to make the concertina out of our piece of felt. And I've just measured my 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre, so it's easier for me to actually fold it over and make that concertina. And I've got my big pin so that I can put it in it to make sure if I need to, I can hold it in place. Okay, so fold over, fold over. It doesn't need to be completely the same, because it's not that, it's a frill, and the reason we're doing a concertina is so that we can get the frilliness of it. It doesn't need to be exactly the same. We'll be spreading it along the thread in a minute. Okay. Holding it either side. Keeping it in place. Okay. So far, it's playing very nicely. I'm not having to put the pin in. Or I need to. Brilliant. Okay, so now I'm going to put my pin at the sort of corner all the way down. Check, I've got it all the way through, all the way down. There we go. Lovely. Because what we're going to do now is get our thread ready, threaded on your needle. Get rid of that extra piece. Get your thread threaded on your needle, because, can I show you with this piece? Okay, let's put it tighter. So at the moment you've got this, which is my flimsy one, in a nice little concertina on there. And we're going to get the thread and we're going to put it down that corner, as it were, so that when you open it out, you will see that it's more on the back here. It's not in the center, because we want that to show when we place that. We will then put the bit which is the thread closest to the head, as it were, and it'll be easier to hide it. Okay, I hope I've explained that properly, but we'll show you anyway. Right, let's make sure I do this exactly as I have written it down. So take a needle and thread it and tie a knot in the end. Brilliant. Now you've tied a knot, because then we can measure it nice and properly. From that knot, measure the length thread around the inside of where the bonnet is going to go. So basically from the nape of the neck all the way around to the nape of the neck, because this is where our frill's going. Okay, so let's measure from there. There, round to there. Okay, now mark that point on your thread with, this is where I should have put something in my hand. That one. Just use that a minute. Okay, do it on the corner so it's a little less in your face on my mat, and I can see it whatever way around it's pointing up at me. Because that's the distance over which, once we've threaded our needle through there, we're then going to expand that out over that distance, because that is the area over which we will have our frill. Okay, so goes from my little mark there to my tied bit there. Knotted bit, I should say, tied bit. Okay, mark the thread. Sew one end onto the end of the concertina bit here, and then take the needle all the way through all the layers, and then sew it onto the other end exactly at that point that we've marked. Yes, okay, so let's just take our little thing off here. So we've got it all nicely on our, so I'm just going to sew this into this end. Okay, into this cut. Think of it, as I say, that it's going up this corner. dark bit gone through. Now I'll just take it to the knot, and now I'm going to do a proper, oh, helps if I thread the needle properly, doesn't it? There you go. Boom, boom. It doesn't matter what colour thread it is because we will be covering the thread. Okay, it really doesn't matter how dark, light, what colour it is, not a problem. Okay. We will cover it with wool. There we go. So we've just sewn that into the end. Lovely. Right, and now we are going to take the needle along the corner of each of these little concertinas. Doesn't need to be completely accurate, but it does need to go through them all. Wiggle that one in. Now, if your needle, you're thinking, oh, it's not going to make it, pull it through to where you've got to. And then just carry on. Just pull it through, there we go, and then carry on with the rest. And I can hold that now, so I'm going to take that off. Just through the corner, on. Now then, find your little mark. There's my mark. Stretch your concertina to the mark, and then just sew it off there on that mark. It doesn't have to be huge, just needs to hold it. Okay, there we go. Cut the end off. Done. Okay, so there we go. So we've got our nice little concertina look. As I say, it's not a tight concertina at all because it's a frill. Okay, so when we see as we can see here, you know, it's not a tight concertina. It's a frill once it gets into position. So right, next part. Pin the ends of the frill onto where it needs to go. So one end, and then add another pin at the centre there. Lovely. And then start laying some white wool where the frill meets the bonnet and felt into position, and then do the same underneath to cover the thread and the edges, and then add a little bit of dark wool under the bonnet to fill the frill indent. Okay, so first things first, we decide which way round you're going to do it. Okay, so I'm doing it that way round, but obviously with the thread at the back being attached. Okay, that's why we've done it. So the corner, so that first corner is going in there. Okay, and that comes down, and it will fit because obviously you've measured it. It goes down to there. Pin that in place down there. Lovely. And then just decide where that centre is going to be. Yeah, move your little frills along, but decide where that centre will be. So I think I'm going to do it about there. Let's put that there. There. So we've kind of got the frill how it's going to be. And now we just need to felt it. So the bits where it dips in, we felt this side, and then the bit where it dips the other way, we'll felt the other side, and then we'll fill in with the brown wool so that the white bit doesn't show through it. Let me show you what I mean. So here you can see where on this one we've added white wool to this side, and then we initially added white wool in here, but then we've infilled with the brown wool because that's where the brown spikes will be. Okay, so let's get our bits of white, okay, and start felting just in, say, those little bits, because the frill will go forwards. You see, frill will go forward, so we're just going to add in there, add in there. Find that little bit there, and once again you're covering that bit of thread, so you know, I'm not worried about that too much at the moment. I'm more doing the attaching. So I'm not making sure it's neat, I'm just making sure I've got enough of the white wool in there to keep that little part of the frill in. And then I can look at it and decide whether I need to move it about a bit. Put that pin up. Still assessing what I'm doing. So we'll have plenty of time for lifting that up, making sure our frill sits up and begs, as it were. Because we can just adding that there. There you go. Add into that bit there. Still move bits and pieces if you want it a bit frillier at one end than the other. Just pop that bit up here. Okay. So once you fill in that central bit there with the dark bit, the frill will look even more beautiful. Okay. Putting the little points into the okay, let's have a look again, see how she's doing. If at any stage you think, nope, it's not working, take it off and move, you know, the stringing along. But Don't worry yet, because we're still going to add more in here and do our brown bits in there. But we just need to get this outside bit done first. Just slightly tack down those points with that extra fibre we've brought up. So you're starting to get the wiggly line now, because that adding, putting the little point in there, just brings that back up. As I say, has the little frill sitting up. I call it sitting up and begging, but that's probably the wrong word. Quite sure it's not a modern word. Okay. Just going to go along and make sure all of the points have got at least a little tack stitch in before I again look on the inside. Because equally but this bit on the inside you're then sort of slightly moving the frill up and into the hat. There we go. I'm also using this opportunity to cover the thread a little bit. If it's possible, with the fibre that's there. So it's just, once again, just a nice little teasing process, and I'm using the light needle again, because if you suddenly don't like how it's looking, you want to be able to pick it up, and it just means you're doing it nice and slowly, plenty of time to see what you're doing and make decisions. There we go. Yeah. See, I'm fine with that. And once I get my brown in there, that will really define those bits. Okay, so I will add a bit more of the white wool in here to fill out these bits. Okay. See? Yeah. So I'm just filling out the... And this is another reason for why we put a bit of a light splattering of the felt onto the frill to start with, because obviously we're using this same colour to felt it into the rest of the hat. So even if we've only got a light splattering of that fibre on the felt, it allows for a kind of graduation of the colours from one to the other rather than, oh, completely different. That's a shocker type thing. I don't think anybody will really shocked though, to be honest. Right. Shock is probably the wrong word. Okay, so I'm just putting a little bit more in there. Just to ease that in. And that white, the white which is in there, just felting it up into that frill. And then we can add the bear. To completely cover the thread and to finally emphasize the whole frill piece. Okay. Once again, it's one of those things that you can titivate and add to and finish off as much as you want to, or not. Right, so that's definitely all nicely in place. I'm now just making it look good. Because we like it to look good. Okay, a little bit down that. I think we can go on the inside and just add that there to the inside. Okay, so we are ready to add the bear colour. There we go. So let's just start in the centre. It's a good place to go. Right, so we are adding this. Firstly, making sure we are covering over the top of the thread. And we are just emphasising the little frill. Okay, over the top of the thread, so that's nicely covered. Probably a bit much there. Don't need to put that much in. Gone a bit far. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to tap your little nose with my needle. I need to be more careful, you're quite right. Okay, and that. There you go, just starting to help emphasise the frill by putting that darker bit in there. Put that bit around there. Okay. Way down and then down the other side, and then once again we'll just have another overall look. So that we're quite happy. with our overall. Let's go to there, actually, I think. Put that down there, and there, and there. Okay, there's a little thread. Make sure I can't see the thread. See, so it doesn't matter what colour that thread was, it's all covered, and it's kind of one of the ways of making sure you've got it all tightly in there. So there you go, you see, we now have a little frill. How cute, bless her, lovely. Okay, so now I think we're going to finish up doing our eyes and facial features. So eyebrows and shading, using the dark brown wool, add some eyebrows, and with a thin line of grey wool to create the shading around the eyes. Okay, so let's see, let's look. You can look at the pictures and see what we've done there, but also just to show you on here. So the eyebrows are just adding some dark shading up the top, yeah, and then we put a line of grey actually around the eyes. So that helps to sort of emphasize that nice little eye area. And we probably want to make sure we've still got that little down there, because the next thing is we're going to add the ears anyway. Okay, so we need brown wool and we need some grey, which is the same grey that we're going to make the shoes with. Stretch over, get grey, get a little bit of the grey. Oops. For some reason, a bit on the tippy side. Okay, right, let's get a small piece of the grey. We really don't need much of that. Probably the brown. Okay, so we need a bit more brown for the ears in a minute as well. So we just, that bit is going to be darker. See, this bit is currently darker than this bit anyway, but we need to make sure we've got the little V, don't we? So we kind of lost our V that we did earlier in the process. So that's, if you've lost your V, pop that back in. You know, when we did the line around when we added our brown. Okay, because this side's sort of darker than this side, so I'm just making that a bit less prominent. That should come down there. A little bit of a V there. Okay. Lovely. So let's pull those bits either side of this, because we're going to get ready for putting our grey in there, aren't we? I always love it when we put the shading around the eyes. I think they really come to life once we do that in a minute. But we need to put the eyebrows, which, you know, very much are that area there, aren't they? Look at the, let's look at the picture. Make that a bit bigger so I can see it. Yeah. It's very much over here. Okay. So we're going to get it over there. I'm just drawing my little line with my needle. That's where it's going to go, over there. Okay. So let's start off with less is more, just a little piece, yeah? And get that shading. It's pretty close in, isn't it? Nice and light. This is with the light needle. nice and light. Perhaps I probably need a little bit of, let me get a little bit of the light. Let's get a bit of our light brown as well, because I think we need to have a distinction between where our eyebrow ends and then our hair begins, which I can go over again in a minute, but I just want to give myself a lighter base there. If I've gone too light, I'll just add some bare over the top. It's just nice to have some eyebrows there. And then we can do the same with that side. We can decide if we need to rein it in at all. Let's give her a little bit of character to her face. Of course, we're going to be adding the ears there as well. This side was the lighter side. So I'm doing like little crescents really. Pushing those back in. Just in a little line on the inside of the eyebrow there. Now then, we've gone too low. If we've gone too low with that, should we bring it back up a little bit? Possibly. A little bit of combing with my needle just to spread that all out a bit. Right, okay, let's have a, I think, where's my, I'm going to mix a little bit of light brown and dark brown. I think I went a little far with this bit. Even though I'm going to add the ears, aren't we? I'm going to add the ears are going to be almost where this is, so I'm just wanted to make it not quite so light. Where I added that bit. Probably reacted too harshly to that. That's the way it goes. And those ears are in. I'm sure it'll all be no problem. Right. We don't really want her to give Dennis Healy eyebrows, do we? We just wanted to give her a bit of shading. So we're now going to add the little grey bits around the eyes. Might have to adjust those eyebrows in a minute, but let's do this bit first. So thin piece, you can almost lift up her eyes a little bit if you want to, but because there's plenty of room for laying a bit of this underneath the eye and then just expanding it out, because you don't want a really thick line here. So spin it all around, make sure we can see the little girl's eye. Push that back in. Playing around with the shading here, because I really don't want it to be too thick a line. It's quite cute. Make sure that my brow isn't too much. Bless her. That's where a little ear's going to go in a minute anyway, isn't it? Up there. Yeah. So we can shade it all back down again if we need to. Okay, let's get another little piece of grey and put it around the other eye. Possibly too much, but the fact that I can felt it in in the way there. Make sure I'm not hiding what I'm doing. I'm adding most of this underneath where the eye is going to go, and then I can just pull it out. To make the tone that we need. So, possibly just a bit more in that one than there is in that one. And I think we can live with it or adjust it once we've got those ears on. I think once we've got those ears on, there you go. She does look quite cute with her darkened eyebrows and her eyes shining up. How sweet. Lovely. Create the ears. So take 2 small pieces of brown wool and create little crescent moon shapes on the mat. Turn the shape over, felt the other side. Try not to felt it into the mat. Place onto Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's head. Follow the line from the nose to the eyes and out to under the frill of the bonnet. Tack or pin in place at the edge of the ears to make sure you're happy with the placement, and felt in place using a bit more of the dark or light brown wool if needed. Right, here goes. So I can see the picture of the little crescents, so I'm just actually going to fold it. Okay, move you over there, sweetie. I feel like that's a bit much. They're quite small, really. A little crescent shape. Turn it over. one little crescent shape. Next one, try and make it about the same size. Turn that over, tidy it up. Make it a bit more of a crescent by filling it in that way. Okay, let's see if we can make those little crescent shape work. So they're basically, yeah, little round ears, round. Okay, so it's kind of up under the bonnet, so it's nose, eyes out, bump there. Yeah. Okay, let's just make that a bit thinner at the edge. Neaten up that outer edge a little bit, which you can just snip it, to be honest, you don't need to do. Put your fingers at peril. Beryl the Peril. Do you remember Beryl the Peril? Is that the Beano? I think it was the Beano. Either the Beano or the Dandy comic, wasn't it? Beryl the Peril. Yeah, that. Okay, let's have a go. I'm putting these in place. So let's tack. Well, let's get a pin, shall we? Pin one end in. Pin the other end in. I think it needs to be out a bit further, a bit more into the frill, as it were. Let's just tack that in, shall we? See what we can. A little bit forward, bring a little bit back. That little bit forward, so it looks more like a curvaceous ear. Okay. Cute. Cute wear. How sweet. Right, other ear over here. Into that frill again, but bring those little front bits out so we get a curve. Front bits out so we get a curve, and then push that centre back. What do we think? go. It's a bit higher than the one on the other side. Move that a little bit. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's why we like doing the tacking, because we can change our mind. And this one's bigger. So I'm just going to felt it a bit more into the head. There we go. And we have her little ears. So I'm going to bring that shading round here from the eyebrow, because I think that'll make that a bit sweeter. Give her a little bit of a she's so sweet. Okay. She is a sweetie, Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Okay, right, lovely. Okay, so now that Mrs. T has got her lovely ears, and we've had a little play around with her face a little bit more. As I say continually, we will keep reviewing the face, the overall and everything, and even right at the very end we'll come back and have a look at the overall and decide if we need to make any adjustments or anything. So I never worry too much about final bits. I think, yes, you know, I've got the overall look. You know, I might decide to do a bit more shaving, I was going to say, as if I'm going to shave her. You know, I might want to give her a little bit of a nip and a tuck. Wouldn't that be nice if it was easy to do that? Give yourself a little nip and tuck. Anyway, so we are now going to do her little hands. And of course, her little hand over here, her left hand, is going to be holding the iron. So just to read the instructions, we are going to use 2 small pieces of the light brown wool. So let me just get light brown wool over here. And to make the little rounds. So it's kind of going to be a little bit like this. We're going to do a little round hands with leaving bits free off, because that's the bit which will then felt into the onto the wrist on the arm, and felt the little black line. It said black lines, but actually you could use brown there, brown or black lines to create the fingers. And then for the left hand, we're going to roll an extra little sausage to make the thumb, just to for the left hand, sorry, just so we've got that extra little bit to put round, to put it in there. So we've got that extra little bit to put round the iron. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Let me bring up, hopefully, on my screen there, so that I can see the pictures that we're all looking at. Helps, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. Make the little wristies, and then we put it on the arms. Okay, so what we're going to do is take small piece off. It's quite difficult to judge exactly how much is a small piece here. So I don't worry about things too much, because you know, you can adjust it as you go. But the thing to do is to take a piece, fold it in half, kind of squidge it a bit, and that's the bit we'll start felting into to make the hand. If we've got too much, we can take that off. So we just felt down into it. I will keep lifting off the mat. Keep bringing these into the centre. I'll keep lifting, turning, so that we don't embed it into our mat. Yeah. I'll try and speak up. I reviewed yesterday's and I got it to a bit of a mutter, I thought. So I think I said it was one of those days yesterday, one of those days where I just kept, it's one of those days when I always say I walk into things and knock things over, and it seems like I'm twice as big as I normally am. Perhaps just twice as clumsy. Anyway, I'm muttering on again. Right. So there's no actual size that we need to have these because let's look at a little finished piece over here. You know, they're fairly small ones, I think, but I think even if chunkier hands, you know, hedgehogs have quite big hands and feet. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle certainly doesn't have any smaller ones. So I don't think you can go right or wrong, just how it suits your piece and looks good. So once we've done, I'm just going to give a little felt around the edge. Do not put your fingers at peril like I am here. You can just put a little card around it and protect yourself, or wear those little rubber thimbles, which I think are brilliant as protectors from your needles. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit off here because I do not need that much on there. And I'm going to felt it into it because I think mine needs to be a bit thicker. Because I think she's got quite, you know, roundy little hands. Well, they are little in comparison to ours, but I don't think she has dainty hands, put it that way. Should be a good goalkeeper. Okay. Scratch of the eye. There we go. Right, let me have a little look at how that will be in there. Okay, can we see? Yeah, I don't think that'll be out of place. On my little, on the arms of my little Mrs. T. Okay, so I need to do the 3 little lines to help give the digit. Now here, I always take off too much here, so I'm quite sure you will find the same thing. Even when you take off the smallest little piece, it still seems to be too much. But anyway, we're doing 3, so start off in the middle. Just literally felt down a line and turn it over, felt it over the back in that same line. Come back over. If you feel you've gone too thick, then you can easily lay a bit more of your light brown over the top, and that will easily disguise that. Oh, I've got a little bit of dark there, didn't I? Okay, off to that one side and then off to the other side. And then on the second one, we'll do that little sausage to do the little thumb to help her hold on to her iron. There we go, and a little bit more for the other side. There we go. back doesn't look anywhere near as neat as the front, does it? So I will be ready for my little snips, just to neaten that up. In the back. There we go. So, as I say, if you've done that and thought, oh, I've gone a bit far, then just take a little bit of your light and lay it over the top and just felt that down, and it just means that the lines won't be so prominent. Okay, I'm quite happy with mine, so I'm going to leave those the way they are, and now I'm going to go and do the second one. Okay. And then fold it over, and then just felt into it. Light needle, not going too far in. I am actually going as far as that because I can hear it go in, and I'm having to lift it up even when I do that. Okay, this one is obviously, I'm doing it at the moment, appears to be a bit fatter than the other one, but there's plenty of time for me to mould that into its. The great thing is once you've done one and you're happy with it, you can just model your next one on it. But as with the last one, I added a bit more in the middle, and no doubt I will with this one too. I'll move my chair in. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more in the centre there, because I don't think it's quite chubby enough. I do my little twiddle like that because I'm just trying to catch the fibres which might have got away from me. There we go. It feels much chunkier now. Just neaten up these edges. Just the act of adding those darker lines does squish the end of the paw out, hand's paw, whatever you want to call them, which is good. A useful part of the process. Let's have a quick look. Okay. There we go. Okay, now let's do the little lines. As I said, I'm bound to use too much again. Always do. Right, middle. So just draw a line, as I call it. Sometimes if you spend too long thinking about pulling the fibres in, you don't need to. As long as you just aim down the line, the fibres will follow. And if they get really straggly, we can just cut them off. Okay. Onto the side. And don't worry, as I say on practically everything, if it's not completely identical for the other side, because this one's doing something different anyway. This one is actually holding the iron, whereas the other one is just there. So it will be looking slightly different anyway. Over the other side. Okay, there we go, that's a little paw. Just a bit, neaten it up. Okay, so for this one, because I think I decided that this was going to be my right hand, I need to do the little sausage for the thumb there on that one, because that's going to be in that side there. And then I'm going to do the little thumb will come out there. Okay. Oh, I've got itchy eyes today. Right, little sausage. As is my favourite. I mean, I've taken a very flimsy bit, but as is my favourite, I'm going to wrap it around my needle. For me, I find it the easiest way. And that's interesting, isn't it? I've done it with the hand, but I don't normally do it with. I normally do it the other way around. I wonder if I am actually left-handed or right-handed when it comes to that sort of thing, because let me do it the other way, which is the way I normally do it. Hang on to it. This way always feels so much better, and I seem to have so much more control over it. So there you go. I'll do it again in a minute just to show it a bit better. So it's too long at the moment, and that's fine because I've got a floppy end which I can felt onto my little hand. Just fold that bit over. Lovely. And in the end I will roll it in my hand. Give it a little neaten up. Just neatens it up a little bit. But however you prefer to make tubes, some people prefer to just roll it automatically on there. I'm just not very good at that. Okay, so we decided this was my right hand. Okay, so I'm going to put my little thumb, because this is my left hand, which is going to be holding the iron. So I just need a little bit of a thumb there. So let's use that extra bit. There. It will look better when the iron's there, because it will just enable you to have that around the iron rather than just felt the iron onto the hand. Just gives you the look. Can we see it on this one? I mean, you can barely see it, but the thumb goes through. Can we see that? Where you've got your little iron, the thumb literally just goes through rather than felting it on. Not sure if you could see that properly, but when we come to put the iron in place, you know what I mean. So you've got that little digit there, so that thumb can just go through the handle, so it just sticks out. Just want to felt it down so that there's no chance of it pulling away. Okay. And then I'm just adding a bit on this end here, because it sort of stuck out a bit, like it was some sort of alien appendage. So I'm just adding this down this end to once again pull the extra bits down, it looks a bit more like it's attached. Okay, now I seem to have an awful lot here to do the attaching. So let's see if we can pull some off. Okay, so I've got one hand, two hands. There you go. And this one should be curved a little bit as well, because it will be obviously holding the eye. So I just like to give it a little. So just by felting that little line, it just enables you to give that little. Oh, sorry, the door slam. Didn't need to jump there. It just gives that little rounded effect, just very slightly. Not, you know, complete claw, obviously, because we're not going to that level of detail. Okay. So I think the next section is to attach it. Yeah, so we're going to felt the hands to the end of the arms using the loose ends that we've got to felt down the arms and add any extra pieces of wool if we need to, and we neaten the cuffs. So that's when we'll do our neaten the cuffs around there. So let's do this other side first, the Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's right hand, and I almost bend it backwards to start with and just felt some ends down that, through the wrist, down the arm. Once you've got some of those ends down there, it means it's secure in place, and then you can, if you need to cut off some of the ends because we've got too much, we can do, because we know it's all secure. So let's pull that round a bit because I want it. Okay, don't need them mat just at the moment. Can we see that? Shall I move that over there? Okay, so this is where we can manoeuvre it so that the hand is definitely going to be, you know, cupped round, i.e. coming round there. So having felt some ends down, make sure it's at the right angle. Do a bit more felting down there. Great. Now, let's decide now whether we've got too much here or whether we're quite happy to just felt this all down. I think this will all just go in actually. But I could just as easy snip that off. It gives her quite a strong wrist actually. And then I can put the, if it's too, you know, thick with regards to the hand, I can just bring the pink forward a bit. To create that neat little wrist cuff. Okay, push you in a little bit more, or decide to bring the cuff up more. We'll have a look and decide on an overall length. There we go. No, I think she's fine. I don't think I need to, I think I'm going to push her. Stay still, Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, you're a bit fidgety today. Now I'm going to go forward here, so excuse me. No, my head's not in the way, good. I'm just going to felt her arms in, trying not to pull her out of position because she did have that nice little crease in her arm there. We need to keep that there. And so her little arm goes round. Need to keep that kind of effect. So I'm just going to curl that round. Felt that in there. So that kind of encourages that. Okay. So So yeah, I'm quite happy with that, and I'm going to add some pink around there. So I shall neaten up this side before I go over and do the other side. So, because I've got a little bit, certainly got a bit too much of the brown showing there. So I'm just going to tap on. This will be just the cuff of the blouse. Well, it's the dress, isn't it? Not the blouse. We can easily do a nice little rolled edge of a cuff if we need to, if we think we're not getting it neat enough. I'll show you what I mean in a minute, because obviously I can't see yours and I can't see whether you need to cover up a lot or a little, whether you're neater than mine or a bit messier than mine. Because trust me, I've done them all. Messy, thick, you name it. Okay. Yeah. This is always the kind of fiddly bits, but just helps that whole nice little look, overall look. Okay, so still need a little bit more to cover up that brown bit by there, but I just want to show you what I mean. Where else did I put the pink? If you have a huge gap here that you need to fill, okay, on the wrist, that you're thinking, oh, I've got so much, you know, of this wrist showing, I wish I could bring a cuff. Then once again, I'm going to say do a little sausage and do it on here. Go down and then go up. Oh, am I showing you? Sorry. Is that out of my going off again? I need to keep checking, don't I? Go down there and back up. Let's just take that off because you don't need very much of it. And I roll it on my palm while it's still there. And then you've got a little sausage, and you can just wrap that round the wrist and felt that in place, and then you've got a lovely little cuff. Yeah, I shall do that just to show you. Just gives you that neat little cuff if you need it. But sometimes when we add the hands, we just, I think, leave just a little bit too much on the wrist. So I'm just going to have to carefully tap this around here because I've got my fingers the other side. Whereas I should really have it on the mat. Naughty stuff. Do what I do what I say. And then I'll just add a very teeny weeny bit more of the pink in there. Bring that round. And then you can even push it back if you need to, but it just gives that neat little end to the cuff if you want it, you know. You don't have to, like on my original one here, I've just got the ending. It just gives that little neatness to it. There you go. So let's make sure she's still got her little bent arm. Reintroduce her little creases. There we go. Just slightly little bent hand. Paw. There we go. Now we should do the other side. Right. Stand by your beds. And once again, so we've got a little thumb this time, so make sure you've got it the right way around. And I shall once again pin it back a little bit and just felt in those ends. And I shall turn it and make sure it's at the right angle, etc. We need to make sure it's nice and stable and anchored, basically. Anchored down that sleeve. And you could use the stronger one if you wanted to. If you're struggling to get that in, you can use the stronger one, which just, you know, takes a few more of those down with it. Okay. So this time, let's bend that round. Okay, bend it into place. Let's get that front looking like it should do first. So try not to felt the needles towards your own fingers like I was just doing there. So bend that. Do the bend. Do the exaggerated bend. Felt that down towards it. There we go. Okay, so are we going to felt all of that down there? Yeah, probably. I think so. I was going to see if I was going to snip that off. And take a stronger needle just to see. Take a few of them right further down. Bring that and that. So we just need a nice strong connection. Oops, now I did just stab myself there, so be warned. Be very, very careful. Okay, can pull that up, add the little cuff. Okay. Get the little pink, extra bit of pink, right, okay. So I need to fill in that little area around the back. I always like to have the little fill-in bit round the back. Okay, so this is what you should be doing, which is on the mat. Okay. Just fill that in on top of the brown that we've been felting down there. So it looks like our sleeve comes down to that wrist. Oops, off she goes. Okay, so let me see how far that comes out, whether I want to exaggerate the length of the arm or if I need to push that hand in. Yeah, probably need to Just add a bit of pink to the end of it. I might do another little cuff like I did last time. Do another little cuff. Down, 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 and then back up. Because that keeps it nice and neat. Roll it. And roll it again. And that will just fill in where the wrist is. Yeah, you can just about see. And then, yeah, just felt in there. And we'll add a bit more on top of that, just to neaten that up. The teeniest of pieces. Bring that round. Just to neaten that joint. Okay. Really am just doing little tidying up, going around, making sure it's as neat as I want it to be. Okay, now then. Still got my little thumb there, good, good. So I need to still make sure she has her little hook. She has a little hook on that side. Bent arms, when I say hook, I mean bent arms. She will hold that iron there. Okay, oops, stay still. Stay still, you're a bit fidgety today, Mrs. T. Definitely a bit fidgety today. Okay, there we go. If you feel your arms have got too long, you can easily just squish them down and then felt down towards, because they're still very squishy, and you can just felt them down back. Okay, same with this side. If you thought it was, you can just squish it down and felt it a little bit down. So hold it, felt it down. Just that little bit of adjustment if you need it. Okay, so that's ready, I think, to have a little iron there. Fabulous. Right, let's have a little look at our next. Create the shoes. How nice. We need to get the grey wool for that. Okay, so the shoes. So I've got a bit of the grey. Well, I've got far too much of the grey here. But anyway, let's have a little read. Create the shoes. The shoes will protrude even. There we go. They will protrude. There we go, like that. Out of the front from underneath the apron. And they will also provide a bit of stability, which is great because they just give that extra little prongs out. So we need to roll 2 small pieces of grey wool into shoe-sized oblongs and then create a rounded end with a build-up on the front. So build up of the front of the shoe that you will see. Yeah. So we create that shape and then we create that build up on the front. Keep the back flat because that's actually going to be added to the bottom of Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle with the flat back of the shoe underneath there. Tuck it in place, check you like the position. Once you're happy, felt in place and arrange the apron to fold around the shoe. That's like this. So we've sort of tucked the little apron underneath to show it. Yeah, tucked it in underneath to do that. Yep, good. Right, so, because that's what I was saying with our apron here. At the moment, it's still quite boxy, but once we've got the shoes on, decided how they're going to be over the top or not, I like to just tack these little side bits in slightly and then get that kind of little look over the top. But this is the look over the top of the shoe is why I stretch out the bottom, and might be stretching it out a little bit more just to give that effect, because I just think it's a lovely little effect if we can get that right. Okay, so to start with, and let me look at the pictures that you have in front of you. Next page. There we go. Yeah, okay, so we're doing the little shoe shape and then building it up. Yeah. So why don't we just fold over to start with. Very lightly tap that down before I start shaping it, and do the same here. Bit of ginger in there. Just create a little, and this will be the flat. This is going to be the front. In fact, turn it over because I think there's a bit more at the front there. That's going to be the front. This is going to be the back. So let's do this kind of shoe shape. Like that. And do the same this side. Just get a kind of basic shape, sort of thinner at the back. There are little paws which will go into them. So it's only this front bit which is going to show, which is going to be built up in a minute. Okay, lift it up, turn it over because we don't want to felt it into our mat. Just felt it over the other side lightly. Okay, same for the other side. Over, felt. Lovely. Right, let's do the front bit. So let's start, because we need to basically roll it into a ball really. So just do it into a bit of a sausage and fold the end bits in, and then let's just felt that onto the front of that shoe. Once they felt onto it, I felt down the sides, down the front, on the back. Not too much in the middle, just because I don't need to flatten it too much. And then we'll lift it up again with that bobble on. And we'll have another overall piece in a minute to bring it all together. So same with this. Let's roll it, fold it in. I think I've got a much smaller piece. Yeah, I have. So let me just wrap a bit more around it. Okay, pop that on. Sides. Front. So that's properly on. Teeny bit over the top, so we don't want to make it flat as such. So lift it up. No doubt one of them will be bigger than the other. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of neatening up. But now I'm going to take a bit and felt it around that bubble and around that base that we did, because it just brings it together. Wrap that around and felt that on, which gives us that nice shoe front, which will be sticking out the front. Now, you can make your shoe front as big as you like, but I'll tell you, once we put it on Mrs. T, we will know whether we want to make it smaller or we're happy with it. But remember, you know, it needs to be big enough that we need to get our apron over the top of it. Okay, now let's just felt a little bit more just down the back. So we've got our proper little shoe. Yeah, got your little shoe. So it's not, just needs to have that bit at the front. Okay, do the same with this one. Make this bit round it a bit more. Which brings it together a bit more. From back. Of course, you might want to make an elaborate shoe yourself, which is, you know, please do. I just decided to go to that basic little slipper. Little slipper end which sticks out. So these bits at the back here are the bits which are going to attach to Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's body. Oh, let's get your finger out of the way, Steph. Okay. Close enough for Jazz. Right, lovely. So let's do a bit of tacking in place first, shall we? So I think, did I put her at an angle? Put her at a very slight angle out. Okay. And let's see if that works. I'm going to pin that on. And then that at a slight angle that side. With a pin I can just swivel it around, can't I, and to put that there. Right, now. Am I happy with how that looks? Bearing in mind how much apron I've got here, which I will tuck. Let me just do a pretend little tuck over. Pretend little tuck over. Okay, yeah, I just need to get them a bit more robust in place. Okay, I'm going to start tacking mine in because I'm fairly happy with that. And I can just make the foot slightly bigger or smaller depending on, it's still tacked on, so I can still change my mind. It's just that it's much easier with a tack stitch to properly have it in place than with the pin. The pin gives it the first fit, let's call it. And now I can have another look and decide, yeah, I quite like that. Quite like where those feet will come out. Okay, now I need to neaten up the feet, but I also need to just give myself a little bit more squidge room to do this little tuck, which is going to go there and there. But I mean, you do the effect however you want. That's how I like to do it. I like to do the little tuck in like that. And just by expanding it a little, it gives it a bit more flexibility and able to do that. Right, let me just felt my feet a bit more. Now that I really am happy with where they are. I can add some more wool if I want to underneath. Because as I've mentioned earlier, it does give a stronger join if you put new wool in and down into it. Just where that slipper is. So I'm not making the slipper bigger, just making that join much more secure. Okay, do the same on the other one. Okay, using the light needle again because I don't want to condense it down. I just want to take that fibre through there and down into the body. Lovely. Right, now I'm going to have a little play with my apron and get it a little bit more how I want it, with the bit over the shoe. So for the bit over the shoe bit to work, this bit here underneath definitely needs to come down. Okay, so let me just do a little helping hand with the felting that little bit which is tucked in. Kind of felting it into place, and that can come down. So I'm going to just lightly tack that one a little bit on the side there, which I no doubt will change later because I will frequently do, but yeah, probably just a little bit too much there, so I'm going to lift that up. I might in fact just tuck it in at the bottom there rather than halfway up. This is where you see, you just play around. Think, oh, okay, yeah, I like that, don't like that, like that, don't like that. Okay, make it a bit more of a bigger crease over, perhaps. Okay, bigger crease over, bigger pull down. Just play around with yours and decide how you want them to look or not look. Perhaps we'll have a more flary than we normally do. now. Neaten up those little feet. But certainly I've got a bit more stability there. She's still got her jaunty little off to the side. Yeah, there we go. Get her to go forward a bit more, so move those feet up. There we go. Move those feet up a little bit. Now. There she is. And a little apron. Little cutesy. Right, okay. Okay, so only a couple more sections to go. And now we're going to do the iron. And once we've done the iron, we're going to do the prickles. That's very exciting. Okay, so once we're doing the iron, we're going to create that, add it onto the hand, and then we'll make sure we've got our final little bends in place to keep them where we want her. And then we'll do her little prickles, which will be fabulous. See, I'm still looking at that ear and thinking that needs to be down a bit there. Always looking at things I'm going to change. And that's just the way of it, isn't it? And the great thing is we can move bits about, change our minds. Fabulous. We obviously still need to add the little bow as well onto the back, but we won't do that until the final pieces. Right, so there we go. Lost my needle already. Right, read the instructions, Steph. Iron. The iron is made from 2 pieces. It's a flat iron shape and a rolled tube for the handle. So take 2 small pieces of grey wool, felt 1 iron-shaped piece on the mat, about 1/2 centimetre thick, and roll the other piece in your hand to create a handle. Felt each end into the flat iron and place the iron in Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle's hand using the thumb to felt it in place. Indeed. Right, and yeah, so make sure that we've got their little bends in place too. So first things first, let's make our little flat iron. Basic iron shape. So let's start off just by felting flat, shall we? Because it needs to be fairly thick, because this flat piece will be the the substance of the iron, as it were. To hold its own, we need to felt the handle into it. So just at the moment, not doing a shape yet. Do that once I've got a bit of a base. Right, so let's do it this side. We're going to have a point at the end, aren't we? Fold it over. Fold it over that way. Let's bring that back. And we've got a bit of a point, which we will then help on its way. Like that. Like that. Down the side. Okay. I can easily chop a bit off here. But let's see how we go first. Fold over to the back. Bring it up the sides. Of course, you could easily just draw a shape on a piece of felt and felt around that if you feel happier doing that. Okay, so this is like getting nice and thick now. Brilliant. Right, so I'm just going to emphasize this little pointy end of it. Turn it over, do it the other side. There we go. So all we're trying to do is create that little shape. As I say, whether you do it with a piece of felt, which you then need to thicken up with wool on top, or whether you just make it out of wool that you're felting, doesn't matter. If you need to neaten it up, get the little scissors. You know, if you've had trouble getting it into a point and you need to just snip it, let's take a little bit away there. Just to make it more so, that's no problem. So once you've got that handle on, it'll all be good. Okay, so that's our basic iron shape. And then we just need to make the handle. So let's make the handle. Now you can roll this up as just a little handle on the mat, but as normal, I would always rather do it round. Wrap it around my needle, because I'm not any good at rolling. And if I roll it on my needle, that will felt it. So that's not moving anywhere now, but let me just do it a little bit more. I can feel the warmth. Oh, bless you, Mrs. T. Drunk again. Felt it a little bit. Make sure it's not going to fall apart. And let's create a little handle over the top. So felt that end in first. This little loose bits. Which we can tuck in a minute. And put that round there. It doesn't go right to the end, because before it starts being shaped to a little point. Felt it the other side. Oh, I think I can hear someone making a cup of tea. I may just escape and have a cup of escape. Anybody would think I was here against my will, and certainly I'm not. In fact, it's quite good when you're videoing, because you shut the door and say no one can disturb me. Which is rather convenient. There we go. So that's my sort of basic little iron. And yeah, I think last time I made one it was better, but hey, I can neaten them up a little bit. I think this one's thicker than my last one. Nothing wrong with that. Let's look at my last one, you see. My last one, which was there, was a bit daintier, wasn't it? we go. That's your little pointed end there. So obviously she'll be holding it that way up. We'll put it over her little thumb. We'll put her thumb through it. And then just felt into that crease. Where the thumb comes through. She's just pulling it through with her needle. Lovely. And then kind of bend her, because once the iron is sort of felted a little bit onto the hand, you can then play around with the bending and making sure that's all in place, and the other side making sure she's all got in place. There you go. And she's got a little iron in her hand. How sweet. Ready to do some ironing, Mrs. T. Well, actually, you're ready to have your hair done. Yes, you are. Right. I'm going to nip off and have a cup of tea, and then we'll come back and do the prickles. I love doing the prickles. Okay, so now we are ready. I have had a nice cup of tea, by the way. We are ready for our prickles, which I absolutely love doing, the prickles. Okay, so let's read the instructions before I get overly excited. So now for some magic, you'll need your reverse needle, which is in your kit. It's the one that pushes in easily but pulls out wool. You'll need to decide how thick or thinly arranged you want your prickles. So on my one here, I've done it not too concentrated, but you could do it, you know, all over, even more than that if you wanted, or you could just do a very few. It's completely up to you. Okay, start in the middle. Yeah, I've look at me, I've done one already. Couldn't contain myself. Start in the middle and then decide how, you know, evenly you want them distributed or not. Start in the middle, push your reverse needle in so that it finds the brown wool, which we made great bones about building up underneath, and pull it out. And depending on the strength of the needle that you're using, repeat it 5 to 10 times. Now, I think you're using this one, the orange one, so I do that. Well, we'll do it in a minute. I'll show you how many times I do it. Then twist it, like you've done here. Give it a good old twist, which gives it a nice, pulls it all together. And if you need to, wet your fingers and do that. Okay, so now you repeat that everywhere where you want to prickle. And then once you've completed it, these will all be different lengths. So you want to go around with your scissors and chop off the really long ones, make them even, and then get yourself a little bit of PVA glue and add it to each prickle. So I will do that before I go. I've got my little PVA glue here. I'm not usually a huge fan of glue because I'm not very good with it, but here it just gives it that extra bit of spikiness, which I like. Okay, right, let's go basically. So in the middle, let's do the first one. So needle in, so I've taken it down to sort of the beginning of the, where the shaft changes. Okay, and lift it up, out. Don't know how many times I'm doing this, but there we go, through exactly the same point, and then it brings them up. Okay, I brought up even more then, right, okay, I'm going to count it this time. Well, I've done about 15 that time actually. I went a bit mad. Okay. But I like to use the, as in when I'm felting, I always use the lighter needle just because I can, you know, say the first time you do it, it doesn't do very much at all. And then because you've obviously dislodged it, bring it up more, brings it up more. So you're doing it slowly, you can see how I'm gradually bringing up more each time. It's kind of dislodging what's down there. But obviously it brings up all different lengths. There we go. Until we sort of think, oh, we've got a bit of a bundle there. And then we'll twist it. Okay, so let's just do that wherever you want to prickle. I like to do it quite fast, but you have no need to, as I just demonstrated. Doing it slower makes no difference at all. You just be able to see how gradually, in fact, if you do it slower, you'll make sure you absolutely go down exactly the same hole, whereas when I do it fast, I sort of do it a little way around, not necessarily in the exact same hole, which isn't necessarily good. Oh, there we go. I went a bit wild there. That's a long one. If you ever, what's it, the Dr. Seuss book where they go and have their hair cut and they got the one hair out of their head. Can't remember which one that is. It's not Green Eggs and Ham, is it? I don't think so. Anyway, it's one of them. Something which will probably answer for a lot of things is like actually learnt to read the Dr. Seuss Cat in the Hat books. Okay. If you think like there, I think, oh, that white's a little bit loose around there. I'm just going to give that an extra tidy up. It's interesting, I was looking earlier at this Little Mrs. T versus my first one, and I thought, look at the difference in the shape of the cap. You see? So this one I've done much more of a pudding shape than this one, and much bigger hair and head and cap on this one than I did on my second one, because the first one is the one you've got pictured on the front of your kit. So I know I go on about it a lot, but it's why I love needle felting, is that we can all create exactly the same kit and it will look completely different. And I just think that's brilliant. We bring our own little self into it and how we're feeling that day even. Because it's funny, isn't it? Because I was recording yesterday up to doing the ears, and you know, it was just a weird day for me, as in making mistakes, as in knocking into things and knocking things over and all sorts. And today I feel completely different, and no doubt if I was making one of my own creations, that would have a whole effect on something that I'm making. In fact, I've just found, I'm completely changing the subject here now while I'm doing this. I just found, where's that? Where did I put the little blue one there? I just found something called doing mandalas with threads, because I've quite taken to weaving recently, and it's kind of a version of the weaving. So I might be having a play with that later. Okay. See how quickly you can get the prickles. Now, I mean, it's not that many so far, but it's still, you know, it's looking pretty good. And can go as crazy or as minimalist as you could. Not, I don't think of needle felting as a minimalist activity, but I suppose you absolutely could create a minimalist piece. Perhaps if you are a minimalist, you would pack everything away nice and neatly every night, which is kind of my aim, but absolutely never happens. You know, there's nothing I would like better than coming into a nice clean workroom and getting started, unless I think that my partner's tied it up, and then that would be quite stressful because he would have thrown things away which shouldn't have been thrown away, and his idea of tidying up just means putting it in a drawer or a cupboard. So it's not actually tidy, it just means you can't find it anymore. Okay, right. Okay. Just love doing prickles. I could happily just pick in my little places and filling it out tomorrow. I like to do an all over design and then go back through and fill in the gaps type thing, rather than doing a whole area, you know, like really thick, and then so my thought is I might do that and then change my mind, but I've then got this whole patch. Whereas if I go over doing it, you know, evenly, but, you know, not as complete, then I can say, ah, yeah, that's it, I'm now done, once I feel I've done enough. Is that Friday out? It's Friday, by the way. It's Friday afternoon emails coming in from everybody. I always think everybody who regularly emails you, not every day, but they always do a, you know, here's something for the weekend type thing, don't they? Okay, let's tidy that up. Apart from me, because I send my emails out once in a blue moon when I've got something to say. Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Now, once we've done our prickles and put a little glue on the end, etc., etc., and we're happy, we will look. We obviously need to add our little bow in here, and then we'll have a look all over and decide on anything else that you want to change. Sometimes, once I've finished the piece, I will. That door's going to keep opening and slamming, isn't it? Sometimes when I finish the piece, I literally walk away and come back the next day and look at it, because if you've been doing this consistently for a period of time, you're no longer objective, and you sometimes see things as a problem that really aren't a problem. It's just that you're looking at this detail, you know, this close up, you know, this close up, really close up to it. And so, you know, if you look at anything really close up, even oil paintings, playing masters, you know, you'll notice things that you kind of think, wasn't sure that was a good thing. So you're better off coming off the next day and then looking and going, oh no, she looks beautiful, leave her alone. Done that so many times. Or I've come back, like for instance, I've been working on Tom Kitten for a future edition, and I knew the face wasn't right, so I walked away, came back the next day, and knew exactly that the face was an older cat and not of a kitten, and I could immediately put it right. But when you're so, you know, down at the minuscule level, it's really difficult to see that. But the next day, with fresh eyes, it becomes obvious. Well, obvious is probably not quite the word, but you can see the wood for the trees. Right, okay, I'm going to start. Now, it's not as many as I did with this Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, but I'm going to start with the scissoring and glue, because the great thing is you can always add more. You can always do this and say, oh, looks great. Next day, come back, go, do you know, I'm going to sit down and add some more now. Okay. Tinkering. I love to tinker. Okay. A little bit of a trim. Right, so stand up, my darling. There we go. Did I not get you flat? I'll tell you what. I know she was always a bit lopsided. There we go. Okay. Open my glue. Now I only put a little dot on here. You see that? Oh yeah, that teeny weeny dot there. Because I am just going to use my little finger with the smallest. Can you see that? The smallest dot. And twizzle. And twizzle. And I do only put it on the tip really. Now I've put a lot more on that one, so I'm going to go and dab it on the end of a few. Once again, less is more to start with. You can always come back and add more. Do a little twizzle. And also you might suddenly think, oh, a little piece needs a bit more of a trim. That can also come back and do that whenever you're ready. You see. Okay. I guess I do about 5 at a time really. I suppose also if you do it halfway through and then come back and do some more, it also means that, you know, these ones have been neatened up because they've got the kind of gluey end, which will have dried by the time you come back. They're taken care of. I'm not gonna be disturbed by anything else that you do, and including tidying up eyes, ears, everywhere else. Obviously, we need to also wash our fingers once we've done this. But this is probably the closest I get to doing gluing. If you want to glue the eyes in, which we've already added, you're very welcome. I've never needed to, but I guess if you've got them in there quite loosely, you might feel better adding some glue, and that's just fine. Lots of people prefer to glue them in. And hopefully you will have your finished pieces nice and secure in a cabinet, or when I say secure I mean from pets, because you don't obviously want them to knock it over, and if miraculously a little eye did come out, you don't want them to swallow it. And also from children, because they're not a toy for children to play with, but they most certainly are beautiful sculptures for them to have in a protective cabinet on a shelf that they can love. But not get hold of, basically. I know that sounds cool, but then, if you had an expensive piece of Bezic and the Beatrix Potter characters, you wouldn't let your little ones play with them. And this is exactly the same. But better, because you've made it. And that's a lovely memory for them to have growing up. Just snipping off those ends, Dr. Seuss-esque. Okay, so that's fine for now. I will no doubt come back and add more, but not right at the moment, and I will add more before I come back and summarise at the end. So one thing we do need to do is to add our little, where's it gone? I had my little tie here earlier. Oh, dropped it on the floor. There you go. There you go, little one. You all ready? Let me get that little bow. So I was saying that we need to have created a little bit of a space in there to pop the bow, little space in the top bow. drape the little tail over. That's sweet. I will needle felt that in lightly, and I earlier did add a little bit more of pink to the chest, and that's a reverse needle, don't use that stuff. Might add a bit more. I will check that my ears are how I want them, whether I need them back a bit further, whether I want a bit more tint. I think what I might do is add a bit dark down here. I think I've got a bit more all over tan. Let's put it on Mrs. T over here. So I think I might just add a little bit more shading there. Yeah. And then, is there anything else I would like to do? No, apart from that, I really like her. I really like her little eyes, her nose. Yeah. So I'll add a few more prickles. I will get that put on properly. I like her little shape. I think she's a very cute shape. And I might play around with a little apron a bit, but I do quite like how her little apron flares out, this one. My last one didn't flare out, my last one was more flat. There we go. See, it's okay, let's do the comparison here, you see. So this is the one that I've made with you, and I've got a more flared apron. This one I did it much flatter. I think she's got a fuller face on this one. Definitely got a bigger hat. Definitely did wider teal stripes than I did in that one. So yeah, you can just always look slightly different whenever you do it. But yeah, I think I will add a bit of shading under there. So I'll show you what I've ended up with when I come back on the summary. Oh, look at me, I'm just knocking them all over again. There you go. So we will leave it there. I hope that you're delighted with your Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, and I'll see you back in the normal camera in a moment, and we'll check what I've ended up dabbling with. See you then. So here we are, back at my tabletop. I thought it would be quite good to surround myself, certainly with a Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle and a Peter Rabbit. And if I move to the side, another Peter Rabbit. There you go. Anyway, hopefully you either have a completed Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle, or you've watched this all the way through and you're getting ready to start. But either way, I said I'd show any changes that I'd made on mine in between finishing the recording and coming on and doing this. So I think the main thing that I've done is I have just given her a little bit less cheek. I've let me put her that way, and then you can see her in comparison to side Steph, a little Tiggy-Winkle here. So I've added a bit more shading. I haven't added any more prickles. I quite liked the sparse prickles on this Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle in comparison to my one over here, where I've put a few more. And that's just it. You know, you can make it your own and put as much detail or not as much detail as you actually want. And I think I can just show I've got quite a nice little flared skirt on this one as well. I think she's a little bit chubbier than the one that I made before. But I love the fact that they're all slightly different, which is really cute. So anyway, I hope that you have enjoyed this. I hope it's given you help, or just a bit of company while you're actually creating all Mrs. Tiggy-Winkle. Obviously, we've got other creations in the Beatrix Potter range, of which at this moment in time, we've got little Peter Rabbit here with his hanky. We've got Peter Rabbit with the radishes, and Peter Rabbit with the radishes has got an armature. So that might be your next step, or maybe you like staying on this level. But look out in the Crafty Kit Company Facebook group, Craft Away to Happiness, where we will obviously talk about the next ranges which are coming out in the future, of which we have already got 3 more in the pipeline. but I won't tell you about those just yet. Okay, so until the next time, happy felting.